Hey, how's it going, everyone? Hope everyone is doing well. Let me go ahead and get the captions going. Just a moment. Okay. Think we are good to go. So, we're doing more Ace Attorney today. And yeah. Not much else to say, but we're doing more Ace Attorney. It's fun, and I'm going to keep playing it, and you can't stop me. Let's load up the game. Alright. Okay. We're good to go, I think. Let's play. We're back in the trial again. Alright. Oh god, personal space, please. Jail last time. Saseki was in jail again. His horrible time in England continues. This is it then, Miss Naruhodo? Yeah, it's time to put an end to this now. That miserable curse has been plaguing Mr. Natsume to everything. In my own small way, I shall do everything I can to help you. I always appreciate your help, Mrs. Sato. Suffering Soseki selfishly sidelined! Ah. Good morning to you too, Mr. Natsume. Good morning! Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here! Why would you do that? Why? Oh dear, we didn't mean to cause offense, Mr. Natsume. I thought perhaps that because you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating, finding inner calm. Seemed wrong to disturb you. Maybe he was thinking I was a cat again. I was waiting! What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Why, naturally. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. The path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. That sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I missed the signs, I'm afraid. Somehow. You have to forgive me. You mustn't talk your path leading to death, Mr. Natsume. That was just an example. Oh, yeah, there it is. Inner calm. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandon me. Return to our beautiful long-last homeland. We've not ever been in Great Britain a week yet. Yeah, well, anyway. I intend to set everything straight in court today. I'm determined to uncover the truth. I've actually reached an important decision myself. Oh, what sort of decision? I shall fill you in after the trial. Alright. It would seem Mr. Sholmes is coming today after all. It's a very clever message, I think. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. It's a very clear message, I think. He's overslept again. The great detective, my arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. Defendant and your legal representative, the trial is about to begin. Make your way into the courtroom immediately. Alright. We got new evidence. Today, once again, we face the Reaper. And the Reaper stands for the prosecution. The defense fate is sealed. I don't believe in that legend any more than I believe in Saseki-san's curse. Truth is hidden here somewhere. I won't let it escape me. I keep believing my client. Keep fighting to the very end. That's all. Let's see how well that goes. Alrighty. Back we are. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Yes, the defense is ready. Very good.
Now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Justice will be done, you mark my words. I feel obligated to say I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Oh, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me, especially gas thieves. I have no sympathy for the man at all. Look, said it yesterday and I'll say it again now. Don't have time for this. Got my own problems.
Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead his flock to a righteous verdict again today. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, what can he tell us? Prosecution's report, please, for the court, in relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea.
Oh, yeah? Does that poison in it, or... We haven't even started and you're already on the line. Dude, before the prosecution delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock, pray allow me a moment to savor a liquid of more sanguine hue. In fact, I defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As indicated by the defense, found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. There was indeed a frozen reddish liquid in a little depression on top of it.
Yes, that's the tea. That's what Mr. Natsume brought with him that night.
Well, the brains of the yard analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. And there wasn't a trace of strychnine in it or any other toxic substance in it.
No poison at all.
In other words, the tea the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. What a revelation!
Well, hey. As I suspected. This makes it quite clear. Fat Mr. Sekinatsume is blameless here. Oh. My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. Typical Nipponese reaction. What? Yes, it's true. No poisons found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. But, what logic is that? Would you take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty?
My word! The water in the ocean is extremely salty, Counsel!
Exactly. Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise word from the lips of Mr. William Shakespeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. All right.
Very well. I'll uphold the prosecution's request.
Mr. Shakespeare. It sounds like we're going to have another confrontation with our theatrical friend.
Bailiff, show Mr. Shakespeare to the stand.
Oh, God. Mr. William Shakespeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh, heaven! Oh, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given, in mine innocence.
Yes, but as revealed in yesterday's proceedings, the witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe.
By using bars of soap such as this, he's been stealing gas from the supply company, yes. One may smile, and be a villain! Forsooth, 'twas I, Shakespeare, did have a room full of the sweet fuel given. That's right, fellow jurors, don't forget, this man's a rotten thief!
Hadn't forgotten. Kept all that about the ice core's a tiny secret, didn't you? Should've opened up sooner.
Arrest him, I say! Arrest him at once! And let him feel the sting in my tail! Oh, indeed! I did vile and cowardly means if I plot to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. If you acknowledge your wrongdoing, what exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times for their deaths, and for a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But, what if that still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me! Objection. There's no poison in the tea found in your room. The police have attested to that. What the defense would assert as an inconsistency will quickly be cleared up by the witness's testimony.
Is that not so, Mr. Shamspeare?
Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak.
Very well. Let the witness testify to explain this inconsistency. Tell the court why it is the poison apparently entered your body, though no one's found the tea.
Oh boy. Here we go. The Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in the pot. 'Twas in my cup alone the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction or debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coin suffice. Well, that's already a lie. Because of this. Luckily we checked that before. Thus, 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour on the molds of soup. Soap. Not soup. Soap soup.
The poison was slipped in the cup after the tea had been poured. The normal way for poison to be administered, in my experience. Quite. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. The poisoner would mix up the cups, for instance.
But no poison bottle was found at the scene.
Because, quite simply, the Japanese took the bottle back to his own room.
Have you checked his room, though, for poison?
The absence of a vessel containing the poison only becomes problematic when considering suicide.
Ugh, I knew that.
By now, it should be perfectly clear. A bar or two of cheap soap is wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt from the accused hands.
Sirs, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Well, I do declare.
Thank you for your testimony, witness. Counsel, proceed the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. I know immediately where to call you out on, Mr. Brister. Here we go. That is a lie.
Objection!
Claim that Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea on the night in question. But that's impossible. How, Chop Logic? What is this, ye darky-clad friend? Fiend? Or whatever. 2 teacups from the scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant, have a clear difference between them. One that represents incontrovertible proof.
Incontrovertible?
What difference? Look at the inside of the cups. Just here, there's a clearly visible ring.
Yes, a tea ring. Commonplace enough. Indeed, such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while.
And yet, Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring.
Good lord, you're right. It's completely clean.
And prithee, sir, what makest thou of it? Exactly Mr. Natsume told the court yesterday. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink.
Tea? While it's hot!
That's right. Yes. The jittery Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night. Drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, a ring would have developed on the inside of his cup as well, after the several hours tea was left standing. But, in short, Mr. Shamspeare, you clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! My god, this guy.
Objection!
As a rule, I fill my hallowed chalice up to 7 times during any one trial.
You might want to keep that information to yourself.
Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me, and I pour more times than I intended to until the bottle is dry.
Your drinking habits are fascinating, but irrelevant.
On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. To William Shamspeare.
Yes, my liege.
Though you previously stated they made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused cup, could it be that you were perhaps
Mistaken? Eh? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? A fact that had vanished from your memory until now. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician! For verily 'tis as though thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. What? Forsooth, I was mistook. I did plan to use tea for the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked 'twas empty, and thus did I use the dregs that festered in the teapot, as my lieges suggest. You're just making that up right now. You just suddenly remembered now that you made a mistake before? Are you supposed to believe that?
Objection!
People's memories aren't perfect, my learned friend, which is why we rely on evidence instead. But in any case, it makes no difference. The victim's most recent testimony tells us two things of note. Firstly, the poison was put in the victim's teacup only. And secondly, the sport cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that bewitched this court.
Prosecution makes a fine summary of the facts.
Furthermore, the testimony remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistency claimed by the defense simply does not exist. No. I don't know. I don't know, bud. My lords, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's grubby alehouse that night, naught did pass my lips but the black tea given me by the Japanese, who backed me stupid as low as death.
And on what did you dine, sir?
Why, I did partake of my favorites, a broth as would be called soup, and leaf as would be called salad. An insalubrious menu is the establishment where it was served. What you gods will give us? Some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen fit to serve a wicked thief of gas. But I pray ye wise and noble fellows, ne'er forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shakespeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. My lord, If I may speak, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Foreman?
Believe me, may have been duped by the wrong defense lawyer. By me? I do declare you may be right. We all know the wife there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer lad says he's stealing gas, he deserves stuff of poison, eh? He's been leading us up the garden path, that's what he's been doing. I really never said anything like that. What we just heard from the victim there has opened my eyes again. We've reached a decision this time. We won't be swayed from it.
The court acknowledges the position of the jury, Foreman. It will duly hear the jury's findings.
What? No, you can't yet.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your decisions now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Oh boy. Gotta do this again.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
It's too early for this. Or whatever.
I hereby declare the jury to be on one accord.
Oh, happy day. Kaloo Kalay. How's this happening? My lord, defense asserts its right to carry out summation examination.
Very well, the court upholds defense's right.
Typical. My learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth.
Mr. Allen will therefore enter its second summation examination immediately. Jurors, the court calls upon each of you to state the grounds upon which you find the defendant guilty of the crime with which he is charged.
I'm guessing juror number 5 is going to be difficult as always. He just wants to go home, or whatever, we'll see. I'm a man of logic, me. When considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. I do agree that gas is too far expensive, and quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. Stuff explodes and it can poison you. It's absolutely lethal, gas is. Gas doesn't come for free. It comes as a fortune delivered around the city and maintained the pipes.
Truth be told, the tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. If nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there?
Alright.
I do feel that perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supply has influenced decisions somewhat. But never mind.
No, you really should mind. The truth is, our counter-argument was as unassailable as we'd hoped. Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. There'd be no doubt of that. And how are we supposed to turn this around? I think we need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Our only hope is to demonstrate that to the court, incontrovertibly. But that's surely almost impossible at this stage. If we don't manage it, though, Mr. Natsume will be found guilty.
No delays, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Okie dokie. Alright. Let's start pressing.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. There's no room for doubt. Sound pointing at Japanese man with a big mustache.
Says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. Which means we need to show the man some new evidence to make him change his mind. If only we had that kind of evidence. Don't worry, this summation examination's barely started, really. Perhaps there'll be a shift in the situation that shows an existing piece of evidence in a new light. Let's hope so. To start with, though, I need to find some way out of this deadlock.
Hold it!
This isn't the time or place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. But really, think of the injustice. Air's a gas and air's free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. I can feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. This isn't the time or the place to be ruthless either. If I might interject here. Yes, madam? It seems my fellow juror takes issue with the price of a company charges for gas. But it's precisely because of thieves like this man that the cost goes up. Oh, what a beastly man. That unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas, utterly unforgivable. No, Mr. Natsume is the one who's been stealing gas. I thank you not to go adding on more crimes. Mr. Natsume hasn't been poisoning tea either. Well, anyway, I've quite made up my mind. Just made up as the price of gas. Ooh, got him.
Hold it!
Can we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. You're right. I hadn't considered that at all. Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as a company's legal representative. I wasn't expecting to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. Anyway, the point is, I've had the best experience with gas companies in the past.
Hold it!
Can you please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. All I've heard about are wonderful fuel, explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? Little explosion here and there's nothing in comparison.
Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madam.
Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madam? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver to our customers fair and square.
Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madam. Altamont is exemplary gas company.
But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? If they don't have any gas, how'd they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that.
They steal your gas? How would such a thing possible?
Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert the gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the household supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours, without us even knowing. Now, diverting gas in their own pipes illegally, what a brazen form of theft. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from the meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Yeah!
Excuse me.
Yeah! Something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh, golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Go on. An Ultima gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he did? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall, then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away company secrets there. Oh, please, everyone knows. But it was nearly very near the death of me, I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connected their customers to our pipe network. Yes, but how's blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes. It's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment.
Ah, I see. In other words, if upon blowing into the pipe the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with the company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes.
Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going out neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might. You guess what happened, can't you? Well, if he blew hard, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker. They went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster. The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing the exposed gas pipe, probably extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. Then when the gas starts flowing again, it silently seeps into the room. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Oh, that's why there are handprints on the wall! Hold on. Yep, he's been blowing to the lamp. Turn number 3. Defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do! That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues that try to diddle us! Like I said, madam, it's widely known already.
Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly.
Yes, my lord. Although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. Oh, right, I can't present information, otherwise I would.
Hold it!
You mean it's poisoned?
That's right. It's happened a tiny few times now. This is most troubling indeed. It's always days like this one where I don't get any wages. I get it at tea time, see? And I see her doing it. My wife. She gets that devilish look on her face. She slips some white powder into my cup.
And you drink it anyway?
That's brought up proper I was. Someone gives you a cup, you drink it.
What happened to you? What did it taste like?
It's god awful, believe you me. Salty as heck.
don't think that's poison, then. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. Let's move on, please. Yes, please.
Hold it!
Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, change your leaning?
Sorry? What's that now?
Oh, I was just saying, the victim did actually eat or drink something else in the night.
What's the matter with you?
Sorry?
I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all?
I feel there's an English expression about a pot and kettle that's appropriate here. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all. It would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose. The trouble is, he has selective hearing. Exactly. But still, this juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. This is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsper is really poisoned. You have to prove that it happened some other way, not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh, like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. If I can remind you exactly what I mean, I'd be more than happy to, of course. Sakansaseki-san's fate is entirely in my hands here. Probably up to my client to hear any advice my assistant may be able to offer. I already did it! I literally already did that. Actually, I don't think there's any need. It's vital that we start trying to change these jurors' minds as soon as possible. Of course. I'm sure you're right. If you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you can only ask, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, do I... No, I meant to right-click. Dang it. Yep. Come on, game, please. I should go through number 4's statement completely, since I did pursue partway through. I could also repress this guy. You say extinguish everything in the house. I mean, even on different floors? Oh yes, all floors are connected to the same pipe after all. That's true of every building. Because gas supply contracts are issued for whole properties. Well, I had no idea it was possible to extinguish gas appliances simply by blowing down the pipe. It's not something we like to publicize, to be honest. We have to carry out these investigations, as I'm sure you can appreciate.
Indeed, it's been mentioned on more than one occasion in the papers, even.
Is that so? It's been mentioned to me, too. Very recently. This involving the gas stove going inexplicably, almost leading to someone's death. Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps... Yeah, it's finally starting to fall into place. Secret link that joins all these strange occurrences. I think I know what to do, but... I'm gonna exhaust all the other options first. had no idea. It's almost unbelievable. It might seem unbelievable to you, but it's happening. All the time. Right here in the capital. It's very difficult selling something you can't see, you know. Very difficult indeed.
Thank you, that will do. Clearly, this is a very involved subject, but I feel we have digressed rather too much already.
I concur. If my learned friend wishes to become an expert in gas, I believe the subject will suit him well. To your new career, nothingness. Thank you so much.
You'll turn your attention to the next juror's assertion, please, counsel.
Okay, so I know what I technically need to do is, this. Technically. And I can prove it with the thing. I guess I'll try it.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! 2 statements to your counsel.
Juror number 6. Hear what juror number 3 just said?
What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other.
There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a matter of fact, speaking past the victim's lips on the night in question.
What? What explanation?
I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? See if there are any traces of poison there?
I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance.
Oh. What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir! I thought I'd been quite clear. Let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth... hold on. Strychnine could have been in the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that's how the poison came into your body.
Good lord!
Are they tasty then, gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Was the gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately... Yo! Hey, thank you for the raid again. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you very much. Or was this gentleman suggesting a poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas? It was good? That's good. Well, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Perhaps no actress will perform a kiss scene with him, I'm doing well, thank you. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you, I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes.
Objection!
Oh, there he goes.
This is no summation examination. This is a farce. Prosecution will not stand for any more of my Lord Nipponese friend's conjecture. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to place its lips to the pipe that feeds it, would have to be contortionist. These are empty assertions.
There's no possible proof the man did as you say. I have proof, though. I do, actually. It's true, I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say for some certainty that on multiple occasions, Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of the lamp on his wall. Slap. I have evidence to prove it!
Alright, you got our attention, lad. I'd like to see how you can be so sure of yourself.
So would I. Let's see this evidence, then. I've got the jury's ear. You can make this opportunity count. It's the proof that, time and time again, the Shamspeare stood in front of his gas lamp. Looky at this.
Take that!
What the? These are... Wait, what are they called? Yes, skin prints. That were found at the scene.
Skin prints, counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however.
My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Feels all the places Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room.
I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Sholmes fellow, that's for sure.
I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. I found skin prints in many places they would expect. On the table, the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. For example, here.
Around the hanging picture there, indeed multiple handprints appear to be visible.
Well, I wonder, could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine staying with your hands where those prints are. You would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! The reason why isn't immediately obvious. Clear Mr. Shamspear has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp.
Right! What have you been up to, you nut?
Ask the court to recall Joe number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? He said that blowing in a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. I'd have to recall Joe number 3's statement. What? Me now? The gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force in the pipe. Caused all the lights and gas stove to go out. Gas started leaking in the rooms. Obviously that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... Mr. Shamster would have blown hard into the pipe here in his room. Could have extinguished every other light and gas and stove in the building at will.
Crikey!
Are you suggesting the man purposefully caused the gas to...
Objection!
Oh. Oh boy.
Whilst I acknowledge the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? The curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case.
But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective.
It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Sholmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence.
But... Please, my lord, if I may, Mrs. Sato, it was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence, but to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene, as a tool by which to explain a possibility to ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind the mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. I don't believe we can allow that to happen. I'm sure the jurors will agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. Hey, we got 2. It's not enough, but we got 2.
What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair to take him evidence.
Hey, doing pretty good for ourselves. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Just one more juror changes his or her mind. This Natsume's trial will have to continue. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Couldn't have done it without you. Oh no, it's you who identified the clue after all. It's very much your success. Oh. Why, Mr. Shamspear? You seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it.
Very well. Continue, counsel.
So now I have these 3. How do we pit these remaining 3 against each other?
Hold it!
Maybe we get new dialogue after we finish this last one. I'll finish this pressing here. Okay, let's see if there's new dialogue here. Oh, this is hopeless. Okay, it's not hopeless, but sure. thought there'd be new dialogue here, but I guess not. But what on earth? Maybe there's new dialogue if we press them again.
Hold it!
All the evidence, you say?
That's right. And there's no room for doubt. It's all point that Japanese man with the big mustache.
Seeing as from the bigger mustache. Apparently there's a new dialogue that's not letting me skip it. That's just demonstrated another possible stage for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that?
What? Your so-called skin prints?
It's like signing a forensic investigation technique. Felt by the great detective himself. Numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. Mr. Shansbury had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question. Can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was.
Well, yes, I won't deny that's playing on my mind. As the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to acceptable forms of evidence. Besides,
Yes?
even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it?
Oh.
If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance.
You do make a very valid point, sir. What? That's true. Perhaps I was a little hasty. Uh-oh. No, wait.
Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. You know Japanese courts can, that is.
Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, we can't substantiate our position. For the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change them back. What can I do? No more proof I can give here? Can I show Mr. Chancellor really did blow down the gas pipe on the night in question? Oh! I have supporting testimony. No, in truth, I don't have evidence to support my theory. However, there is witness testimony that substantiates it.
What's that? Testimony?
This is incredible! Whose testimony? It's all connected. Everything is linked. The person whose testimony revealed details about the gas in the Gerda residence that night. Namely... I want to say it's Natsume, because he probably talked about the gas in his room.
Take that!
Obviously, I'm talking about the defendant. It's just Saseki Natsume himself.
The defendant?
At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. And that fateful night it happened. I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room with my gas stove and climbed in bed. Before long, the stove went out.
Somebody tried to kill me!
On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not?
Good golly!
So that Shamspeare fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose?
Now hold your horses there. What would you do that for?
Mr. Foreman,
What the? What is it, man?
can I allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains? Surely I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, I must surely agree. There's more to this case than meets the eye.
Ah!
He's thinking.
Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost.
Hey, we've done it. We done did it. The trial continues. It's 4 jurors leaning towards not guilty, my lord. If overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. Well, hey.
Why? As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now called guilty, 4 called now not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, hereby order the continuation of this trial.
Alrighty, we've done it.
Mr. William Shamspeare,
My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee?
what say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination?
So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe.
But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. Explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Who, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains, at this time, unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
If the prosecution must concede, that would be extremely simple to verify. Just over the mouth the gas pipe thing that lamp and Mr. Shamspear's room be examined. Trace of poison there.
Objection! What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You'll recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required.
Yes.
Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison would have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible.
I didn't think of that.
In any case, counsel, I fail to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth this fellow wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived?
There's only one possibility I can think of. And that is... he used leaky gas to commit murder! Because Juliet won! Juliet won the battle, he got pissed off.
Counsel! Precisely whose life do you suppose this man is plotting to end?
The answer couldn't be simpler. I haven't arrived at mystery this far. Chancellor wanted to end the life of... Soseki Natsume. If the gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing.
I live around those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. It freezes to death in no time.
Mr. Garrett, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamster was trying to end.
Outrageous!
Talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. When are we going to get objection? 3, 2, okay, there we go.
The accused is actually the aggrieved? Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here.
What? How can you still claim that?
Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. Question then arises, who put it there?
Who did put it there?
The only logical conclusion that the person responsible was aware of this man's trick of the gas supply, his intent to kill. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If he said one aware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs?
You mean to suggest...
Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known.
What?
In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe was a clear retaliatory attack. Can only have been the accused, Mr. Suzuki Natsume. Whatever Mr. William Shamspear may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now the clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend?
Arg. Arg. How did he manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond! Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. This may be our last chance to gain the advantage. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison in the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspeare's room. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. I mean, name the true culprit. I know it might sound impossible, but if you fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, one possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison. It's all pointing to a particular person now. I think I know who we're going with.
The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. I trust you'll make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. I know exactly what...
There's one other person who I believe could have been involved in all this. The true culprit of this crime.
The true culprit?
A term found only in second-rate novels featuring a third-rate great detectives. Anybody's friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long anyway, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? I think it's someone who's been in his room before, and has reason to dislike him.
Take that!
You claim this person is the true culprit? Highly suspicious, I would say, yes. Perhaps, my learned Nipponese friend, you should turn those wide eyes of suspicion on yourself. What? Okay, it's not him then. In that case... Miss Naruto, please, you must concentrate. I was trying to. Then you must concentrate harder. Harsh. Well... If it's not Mr. Meterman... I thought it was the Meterman. The only people I can think of... So it's either Mr. Garadeb or Quimby Altamont. It might be her. Or wait. Is she aware of? I don't think it's Garadeb. I think if it's not the Gasman, it's the Gas Woman.
Take that!
It's not that, then... I need to look at the court record more. At the very least, I have more guesses left. I don't think it's Garadeb. Let's go down the list. It's not him, because he's dead. Don't think she would know. That's the defendant. Would Shamspeare do it? I don't want to just keep guessing. I want to try and figure it out if I can. Nope. Headphones fall off. These headphones I'm wearing just, like, don't fit. Like, they don't like to stay on. I don't know what it is. But, okay. But seriously, though. Don't think it'd be olive green. It's not these two. It's not them. Could it be Garadeb? Could it be? I don't think it is. Like, the only... I don't think it's Garradeb. I don't know who could be. It surely wouldn't be Shamster himself. I mean, by going down the options, it couldn't be all of Crete, could it? That's... I really don't think it's Garradeb. I really don't think it is. So... I'm literally guessing this because I'm out of options.
Take that!
Please tell me. It's giving me unique dialogue, so I guess it is. I don't... Either I've forgotten an important link, or... whatever. The name of the person responsible for the poison that affected Mr. Shamspear is, I believe... Miss Olive Green.
Miss Olive Green? Miss Olive Green? I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council. I don't recall where.
Miss Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago? I guess we're... Alright. The victim of the recent case of stabbing on Briar Road. Incident for which Mr. Natsume is arrested, I hasten to add.
Oh, of course. Yes, Miss Green. She was left comatose for some 3 days, I believe. I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago.
And I hardly need to remind the court that Mr. Shamspear's report took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. So on the face it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. That's why I didn't suspect her! But why is this the right option? What do you mean, game? My colleagues and I visited Miss Green Hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison.
Good gracious! She had poison?
There's another fact that links Miss Green in this case as well. The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court.
Tell me, Mr. Shamspear.
My lord, pray, what is thy bidding?
Are you acquainted with Miss Green?
Eh? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look of Miss Shamspear's face, I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her. At least, not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my Lord Neapolitan's friends' farce through to its conclusion. Oh, alright. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord. Nor subpoena the witness and bring her here.
Yes, Miss Olive Green.
Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Let me look at the people again. These two... I could think of, like, they want him to stop... Like, they already suspected him for stealing gas. Maybe they want to make sure he didn't steal the gas again. That made sense to me. But those two are gone. I doubt it was Garradeb because he was still paying rent, I assume. I doubt he'd poison himself. Obviously that's the detective, and obviously we shouldn't say Saseki did it. So by process of elimination, it had to be Olive, but why? Like, I get... Duncan Ross died of gas poisoning, but I don't think... I have to find out why. Excellent, I hope. I don't get it.
The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We convene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned.
This game's made some weird leaps. Like, honestly, that feels kind of out of nowhere. Like, there are... Like, some things that kind of connect, but nothing definitive, as far as I could tell. Oh well. We're going down this rabbit hole, I guess. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks! Oh, Mr. Natsume. I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Miss Naruhodo Esquire, and non-locum judicial assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquire S. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof that I'm innocent, and proof that my tea is innocent. Ah, good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, Hairlock Sholmes. May you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. The tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. Please save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Good morning, he says. Well, it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. To rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why to have time to make the same foolish blunder? The answer came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. Well, is it not an astute insight into the matter? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I did sleep a wink all night. The results? By first light, I was exhausted. And began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so, the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. A good night's sleep is quite simply essential. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. What others presuppose, I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is scientific method. Ah, yes, one more thing. Do you remember this? Ah. Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Oh, he didn't manage to. It was a laborious task, as the bottle was near empty. But such a convenience does not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm they contain strychnine. Sounds right. Perhaps, though of course that circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now. But licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Hey. It's something. Could I have a word? Oh.
Could I have a word?
Gregson, how good of you to come.
Forget it. Excuse me.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Nope, he's back with chips.
Don't wish to make a nuisance of myself.
Look on your face, I'd say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please, speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here.
Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me.
Do you have the results, Inspector? In the investigation of Mr. Shamsphere's room?
Not yet. Should be long now, though. No, I'm here, that's something else. That dead convict, actually.
Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday? Mr. Shamsphere's room? A man by the name of, yes, Selden.
Went through the archives of the yard and took out the fellow's file. There's something in there that, well, caught my eye.
Something caught your eye? What, Inspector? What? Is that... Oh, I thought I saw something in the picture there.
Copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves.
Thank you. These documents. Let me look at them myself, please. Examine. This is stuff we already know, I think. Yeah, I think we already learned this information. These documents include the details of the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamsphere's room. I'll rearrange everything in the court records so we don't have duplicate information. Alrighty. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though?
Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion.
Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows. The inspector here has a shining diamond in his crown. Shining diamond in the rough, maybe.
Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all.
Alright.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings about to resume. Make your way to the courtroom at once.
Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery.
Not nodding at all.
Certainly not. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears personally, so the best of luck to you. Welcome to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume, it's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. It's gotta be the final battle. Oh boy. And somehow this case is connected to all the other stuff that happened in the previous game. Oh, really have saved Saseki-san. I'll expose the whole truth of everything that's been going on. It's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Okie dokie.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, the victim of the case we heard only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident.
A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, the prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration.
A rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say.
See?
So, Lord Van Zieks, is a new witness present and ready to take the stand?
Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord.
Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in.
Okay, here we go. Oh, she is actively painting now. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspeare, my liege. For mine occupation I can say only that I be a tragic victim, to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure whose 2 weeks spirit had admits she has no talent, I suppose. Also currently unemployed, in other words. Oh, coterie. Hold on, let me look up that word. Your word today, chap. Okay. Open up phone. A small group of people with shared interests or tastes, especially one that's exclusive of other people. Okay. That's your word of the day, people.
Mr. Shamspeare?
My lord, I am thy humble servant.
I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. Part of your blade, this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you.
I would for naught else, my lord.
And Miss Green?
Yes?
You're aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume?
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. And do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. And I don't know anything about this man. Come, lady, die to live. Verily, I know not thy prickly pigmented personage.
Very well, let's proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
So my guess is that Selden was in the first floor. Or whatever floor. Whatever the situation was. Miss Green tried to get revenge on Selden by putting poison around. So they don't know each other, but yeah, Miss Green did still poison. It's all still very strange. Very strange indeed. How'd you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. So happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. Now the night that man was poisoned, I was still in hospital, fighting for my life. Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garnett household. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days. I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. Rather relevant things might be suspected of. It's all very disturbing. Energies may be better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. At this point in time, all appears to connect you with Mr. Shamsier's lodgings at the Briar Road incident of 6 days ago. That's why he would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened. Oh no! The incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident? Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. And of course, you'll be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspear. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned.
Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road the evening of the 17th of February.
Okay, here we go. They're both in a similar pose right now, I just realized. It was 6 days ago, about 5 p.m. I was walking along the snow when I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, I happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. I was at the tavern, eve of which thou speakest, for I bespoke my supper. Oh, was he the guy she was supposed to meet? Oh my god. That does explain things. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to the hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. Oh my god. What does all this mean? How is this all connected?
Yes, the second incident inside a week I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence.
Meanwhile, you say you were not in your room, Mr. Shamspear. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. Saki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance. But I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here. I feel certain of it. This is my one and only chance to expose it. I think I know what to press specifically.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish.
Yes, my lord. I get the feeling that Shamspear is the guy with the information that Miss Green was going to meet. I'll go straight to that first. And then I'll go back to press the others. Alright. Where were you at? A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. The Slug and Salad, huh? Do I have any actual evidence of that about it? Examine. Yeah, this doesn't have it. Yeah, I don't think we have anything new about that. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Vedzeeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining, for the locality at least. Not an establishment we expect to be patronized by a mouth, not even a crumb of bread in its room. It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water, and different levels of cloudiness. Okay. Sure. And I've expected Grub's Grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your needs. Watery soup and mushy peas. Or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. I just want to try some more at a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be? Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why I had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. If I thought on that day of all days he'd done in a place he wouldn't normally just stand out. His chance for his own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have some evidence that could explain those actions. I don't think there's anything to examine on this. Oh! The envelope. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clear to someone with an unrefined temperament. Judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Mrs. Sato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You can never read too much of Miss Naruhodo, never! I think it's this. It's a sham spear. Yes, sire? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize, for a very particular reason? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast some purpose, speakest! Very well, I will present the court with evidence. As it explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day, namely...
Take that!
Oh, good Horatio. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Horatio? I believe it's a line from Shakespeare's play Hamlet, Miss Naruhodo. Be it a line from the great Shakespeare, or from this, Mr. Shamspeare, message is the same. My Lord Nippody's friend is wide of the mark. Crap. Hardly surprising, given this witness's obtuse literary quotes. I'm pretty sure that... Okay, well... What else do we have? I do wonder if there's perhaps some evidence that would explain why it was a Slug and Salad he visited. What do we do then? I think we've discussed this issue enough. Let's turn the witness's testimony, please. Okay. I think I jumped the gun a little too much. Let's press things first. I jumped the gun a bit much, I'll admit. We have no connection between the envelope and that, so maybe we can get that first.
Hold it!
I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry I had to go through that. It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. I woke up to find the case had been solved by the culprit arrested. Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening, and should now be forgotten. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you. For completely behind my screen, did you remember the details one last time? Just tell Cor exactly what happened that day. First arrive at the truth about this new case. The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Nope, wait.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though? What do you mean? The art school you attend. What's it called? Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts. According to Mr. Sholmes, that's just the vicinity of Brixton Road. We're some 10 stops away from the scene on the underground. I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road. Isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? Well, it's because, oh yes, of course. Thought I might make a nice picture. The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas. That's right. I happen to like the crumbly look of that part of town. Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term. The point is, she's definitely hiding something. Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth. She's trying to hide why she was there that evening. Must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. You, Mr. Shamspear? On the eve of the incident 6 days ago. Tell the court what exactly you were doing? 'Twould be my pleasure, sire. Okay, we'll return to this later.
Hold it!
What was this matter? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It was nothing, really. It's not worth mentioning. If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. It's related to the card you were holding. Miss Green. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card contained a note that read, "I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross." What does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan. Yeah? Would you know something?
Excuse me.
Mr. Shamspear, have something to share with the court? To be or not to be? That is the question. Ah, pray forgive me. The great bard's word springeth from within me with a narrow thought. Don't tell me. It's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Eh? Well... Nay, sire! 'Twas nothing at all! Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? Miss Green? Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong? The card that was mentioned before, containing the note, do you have it upon your person? I do, yes. I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really. Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. Okay. Let's look at this again, since I believe this will say definitively. The envelope's been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green's actually has the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? Why the envelope is torn? Oh, sure, I've seen this exact shape somewhere else. Oh, you don't mean... Are you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Exactly, that's it. Trying to match them up.
Do it.
They go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs to this card. Hey. Let's a go. That'll do it. Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross.
Now, continue with your testimony, please, Miss Green.
Okay, now. Now we press this.
Hold it!
We sure can now. I guess we present either.
Take that!
I believe this card reveals the answer.
Good lord! Miss Green's card, you mean?
That's right, my lord. It reads, have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon Miss Green's stabbings are exactly describing this note. Personally, I find it hard to believe that's coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? Well... Excuse me? Can I say something? Yes, Miss Green. That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely... My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well, then. You may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
And now we present... this one.
Objection!
The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. Upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital. Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is. What do you mean? Miss Green, have a look at this, please. The torn off end of an envelope. Oh, is it? It so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you received. Where'd you find that? In Mr. Shamspear's room. Eh? In my room? Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... You're actually after you follow the instructions of the note to the letter. Come the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. So that's exactly where you went. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already knew about this note, didn't you? And you, Miss Green? What did I do? As torn off end of the envelope proves, that was originally Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. There's only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? Thou were in my room? What on earth do you want with me?
It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again.
Miss Green? Yes?
Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you've endured of recent events, anyone found to be giving false testimony in court of law will be duly punished. Please bear that in mind.
Yes, I know.
Very well then, witnesses. You would give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received.
Here we go. Getting to the bottom of things, I hope. I do remember now. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered unto me. On the day written therein, I did tarry long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I can point out the villain here. As for that torn-off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Oh boy.
You now claim to receive this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear?
Faith, 'tis so, my lord. And I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Yet, 'tis clear to me now, since I returned it from the tavern that night, I've not laid eyes upon it.
Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. Then it was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is. If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was, without question, found in Mr. Shamspear's room. I don't see why I should explain. Sorry. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, my learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth.
Well, counsel?
I'm ready, my lord.
Very well, then. The defense will now proceed the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspeare's room. There can be no question of that. That's how she acquired the note. Yes, two facts are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all this. It's not a pretty one. Alrighty. Let's start pressing.
Hold it!
Can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue. With a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, 'tis impenetrable. Mr. Duncan Ross had lodging in the same household as you. In fact, he was your neighbor, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and him knew him not, it is with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Slug and Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature. Marry, not will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by my own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern, yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated.
Hold it!
So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? Paused for a moment before he answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall.
Really? Do you mean to tell the court that someone did appear after all?
I was not alone that night at Slug and Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returned to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to premium crust of bread, and all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies!
Good lord!
In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance, from Midsummer Night's Dream, come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help but think that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me?
Hold it!
I said, did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I'm busied with great ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed when you're out of the tavern, Mr. Natsume's visit to your room.
Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval.
Such idle thoughts ne'er occupy my mind. I'm busied with greater ideas.
And yet, during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly, then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I'm not here to advocate for your defense, madam. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that. Oh, dearie me. What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
Hold it!
It seemed this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened, except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. If there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though. Yes, we should pursue the idea, Mrs. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. We're so close to a breakthrough. The only thing I can think of is this. But I don't know if we can prove that, and if that's the right answer even. Let's press though. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter? Is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. Introverted? Fie, this fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I'm an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh pity, wherefore dost thou accuse me of one so pure of heart, ample woman? Pure of heart? I don't think so. And a fledgling like me can see her just a failure. Oh my god. Tragedy! Thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thy instruction hereafter by death. Oh, the days. Oh, the years. Alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain. Miss Naruhodo, interject some clever remark. This is your chance to shine. I'm no Shakespearean actor, Mrs. Sato. And now, as far as I can tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Yes. It's evidence, yes. It's clear Miss Green did in fact break into Mrs. Shamsier's room, isn't it? That's where she found this letter. Two more or less foregone conclusions that led me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say, the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. I think we present this statement, but I'm wondering what we do. I think if we're going on the reason that we can't prove that Selden has anything to do with this. But if we're going with our current theory, the poison is the reason you snuck in, because it does have strychnine inside.
Objection!
There we go. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw with this bottle. With the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. Ah! According to the defense's independent analysis, which is Holmes' chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that affected Mr. Shamspeare. Ah! Miss Green, you broke in this man's lodgings. For one reason alone. You cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas line Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. Can this be? You broke into my room to... It may seem incredible to the court, but for the remaining clues, there's only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dearie. Me! Oh, rip. Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But Mr. Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago. The victim put his mouth in the pipe that very evening as expected. That the murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, that's a very good point. Perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening, account to the incident on Briar Road. Local residents are being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. Circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Van Zeeks. And of course, the following morning, there was more activity with Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Ah, yes! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder. That's right. This defense is already proposed. Mr. Shamster was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself. He caused the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. Mr. Natsume had been arrested. His room was under constant surveillance by the police. The sergeant says Mr. Shamster had no reason to blow into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. The trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That was on Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. That very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out. Mr. Shamster was mysteriously poisoned. Conclusion? The poison that was present in the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Mary! The plot is thickening. It's thickening so much it's like concrete at this point. With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court recalled that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock. That the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear. To ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. Whilst you're out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green, yes. In order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room! Oh my god. This is very convoluted. Order! Order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So, that's what's behind all this. You will share your apparent understanding of the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life? Well, that would be Duncan Ross.
Take that!
Duncan Ross?
That's right. Poor defendant Mr. Natsume took up residence in the lodging to Mr. Gerdeb's. Someone else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, and the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings.
That does ring a vague... Ah, of course, yes, I remember now. The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such.
Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind. Nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamster blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain simple. Ah! Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths, that's all people care about. It's an interesting story, they want to know. Does it cross their minds that real people are involved? And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean you? Duncan was... Mr. Ross is Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known till now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy. The murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge of Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? She's not denying it.
This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel? Each on different counts of murder?
Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What?
Why would Mr. Shamsby have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies! I deny every utterance! And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodo, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green, I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel.
Objection.
I broke into the man's room. You didn't do it to smear poison in the pipe. What was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. Sorry? You're right, I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, foulness! Oh, villainy! Oh, tyranny! Oh, rotundity of woman! But in any case, whene'er I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. Locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me how to lock the door, with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness! Oh, artfulness! Oh, tyranny! Oh, profanity of woman! We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what he found, what evidence your search revealed. Well, I spotted the note that I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it I discovered a secret hiding place. Eh? Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Ah, yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There's something in it? Yes. This rather nice key. Sir! What are you doing of that? What the? Every ounce of color is drained from his face. Give it here! Give it to me now! It's mine! I inherited it! What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, what's all this about? You inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it. So I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute! Give it to me!
Calm yourself, witness!
Mr. Shamsbury has tried. In one case succeeded to take the life of 2 lodgers now. There's a motive for doing so. It's the key to everything that's happened. It's true there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamsbury. At first, I know what the key is for! I know what the key's for. Considering everything we now know, I think there's actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal. Everything I've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all these events.
In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Sir Shamsbury's alleged crimes?
I believe that key goes to the loot. The loot from Selden, who happened to be in the same room as Mr. Shamsbury.
Take that!
That's an official police report, is it not?
The Selden file? How'd you get a hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross, the defendant Mr. Natsume. I've only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room.
Well, yes, we know this, certainly.
A room that was formerly occupied by Selden. Oh, okay, it wasn't Selden in the same room as Shamsbury, but until, that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries.
I see.
It so happens that the convict Selden was behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The some £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, which as yet remains to be found.
Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. It's written in this file here.
£1,000 lost en route to Heck. That was how the paper summed it up. It seems that one particular fellow in it was with the convict in his final moments. Not hard to imagine Selden trusting that inmate with the most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot. And perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Oh, that's how he inherited it. That'd be it. Ah, you mean this key is... Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? 'Tis a false charge, I tell you! A false charge! The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but a simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is.
But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings?
There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was that very room that Selden hid his loot. There we go. So, it all comes out. Yes, having established that, all Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Gerdeb's lodgings in the hope of re-renting Selden's old room. However, the tired army wasn't able to offer him the accommodation of his choice. Because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. When he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it.
Mr. Saseki Natsume, defendant in this case, no less.
So you decided to use the ploy of the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. Get your hands on 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Ah, you. Oh god. Did we break him finally? I think we broke him finally. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it.
Looks I'm gonna snuff him before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything. Stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. There. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you neck, I guess. Shamspear.
It's mine. What'd you say? It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh god. Look at him now. Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Is that right, ladies and gentlemen? If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No! He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Means all we need to do is find it first. Find it first. A fine plan, were it not for the fact that police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed.
Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule.
If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. It's the final piece of this complex puzzle. I think we might have it in our possession already.
Oh, the skin prints!
The skin prints. can do the skin prints. We can do the skin prints. We can do the skin prints. I'd just like to make a proposal about how to find the convict's hidden loot. We've already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to its whereabouts. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth a gamble. Besides, we used the same technique once already. It definitely paid off then.
Very well then, Counsel. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall?
That would be the handprints.
Take that!
If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings.
That's right, my lord. I suppose the result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective, Mr. Sholmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. Perhaps we should compete for the honor most ridiculous title. Ah! There's Sherlock Sholmes himself. What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts on the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long, and I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. Mr. Sholmes! He does know Lord Van Zieks, then. I'll have to say something like that in any case.
Mr. Sholmes, though you may be held as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit.
If I may, my lord, Miss Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already.
Clues, you say?
I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we're able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Need only a small sample of something an individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, is the teacup you've been holding elementary? So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Sholmes. The convict was arrested. He was living in what was announced as Seki-san's room. His sample to help locate Sullivan's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Well, oh! I know someone who has something from the room. He's something Selden's order to create the indicator solution to find his loot. Something this convict owns happens to be in the possession of someone listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom we can obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to create the indicator solution? All agree who has the key, literally. Miss Green. Me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? The key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched the room we used to rent. Mr. Shamspeare has one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's hall is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shamspeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you'll never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! Detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shamspeare. No. No! You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt! Whoa. Oh, shameful spear! Despair! Be thy name! He's exploding. Well, Oh, here we go. Oh, his buttons popped off. That's what that was. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room. That's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's hall stolen goods. Yet after you killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Cairdup really has had a lot to put up with. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then, this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. Unfortunate timing. Then, 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And if I remember rightly, Mrs. Shone spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why on the day Mr. Natsume has quit and returned to his room, he once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. Not deadly enough, obviously, but still. William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be, that is the question. From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be, that is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Okay, but is Miss Green going to admit she did it? Or... At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. Never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. The gas supply lodging to a complete disaster, you know, Olive. The gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Right then, if that's important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. The sperm's at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. He said to wait until he graduated before he told her parents, remember? But that was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen. I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school. But something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. Walked up the road to Grubbs grubbing for some food, so I followed him. Sat myself down next to him. Had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you! Cursed! The ghost of that convict used to live there, trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night, freezing it because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas. I can hardly breathe. The pipes have been checked. No problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone, and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered a rumor I had heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. A rumor? You mean... Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air to the pipework. That's where it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. Plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. A black market? I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. And you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident? Or was it murder? And you chose a method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suggested the man of tampering with, and wait. Mr. Shamspeare is innocent. Nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly. I found the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Sound on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so I'd be sure to go. So we should see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspeare followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away, so I smeared a good amount of the poison I'd bought around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done, and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done, that the culprit gets just desserts. This requires a sippy. Take big sippy. Okay. Well, Mr. Natsume is innocent. But what does this have to do with the overall story? This is apparently connected to something, but I don't know what.
3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward.
Yes, my lord.
So never imagine the depths of depravity to which it subsequently find lurking behind the scenes.
It's been a long road, my Nepalese friend. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you.
Nevertheless, together we've reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green?
Yes, my lord.
You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare.
Yes, I know.
And you, Mr. Shamspeare, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood, the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Saseki Natsume here present.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from ending your life by drinking what was left of the poison bottle, I wasn't myself. Can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. Oh! I'd like to believe it's a blessing Mr. Shamsbury didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least. Because of you, I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Saseki Natsume.
Yes, my lord.
The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty.
We are in full agreement, my lord.
In that case, I hereby declare the defendant...
Yay, we did it. We've done it again. Congratulations. Alrighty.
Court is adjourned.
I want to find out how this connects to the bigger story. Everything's apparently connected, but the game's not giving me enough information not fast enough. I'm impatient! I know we have the whole rest of the game to go, but still. I need something, game. Oh, yes. Yes, at last. Divine justice duly done! Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Some say the luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Sholmes. Locum student, Miss Naruhodo, Esquire. Once again, you saved me from doom. I'm very happy to be able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. Your second in almost as many days. I was first acquainted with the gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. I need to read better. And then, by twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. You've had such a difficult time, haven't you? Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did. I've seen more of life in this week than all my years to date. For the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. Finally started to see that, and come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see, whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. How sad. I kind of feel the same way. I've made a decision, too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here. A return to Japan. What? Just want to become friends here in England? What a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does. I decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful! Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. Why not? When that's precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. Will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. I, for one, would love to read your work. Well, all things considered, maybe for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious. From a battle with the Reaper. That's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to perceive safety in your homeland is what I quite understand. My goodness, yes! It's such a terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. But that's not why I'm leaving! I mean it! Objection! Now, that was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Saseki-san did indeed return to Japan, submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Barely a time later, Susato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. The back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial, on the following day. The day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. Oh, so it is the loot that's connecting everything. It's always money. Unless it's not money, it's something darker. Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you. Uncovered the secret hiding place in just one day. But it's supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Would you agree, Gregson? Bigsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley. Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's haul. Wow. Cutscene time, maybe? What is that? Oh. It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar? It's huge, though. Look at all the gemstones in it. I can see why it's claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I can have it as a belt. Have you noticed on the inside there? There's some dark stains. You don't think there could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it. On second thought, perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Of course, there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. B for silver. What does it signify, do you think? Oh! I hadn't noticed that! I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. Hound of Baskervilles. Is that what it is? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes? All the color's drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Could be valuable evidence, after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key.
Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over, now!
Never seen a collar that large before. All those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. That's not what stood out the most to me. At least not once I'd noticed it. There's dark marks on the inside of the collar. Those stains. Could they have really been blood?
Blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now. You look very pleased, Iris. I am, because I've started to wonder what I could use as the base of this month's story in the magazine. But this case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. Talking about the latest installment of the invention of Herlock Sholmes, I presume. The mystery of the knife in the mist, and the mustached man in the convict's curse, perhaps. I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait. A word, please, Iris. Yes? What is it, Hurley? I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question. What? Why not? It's a great case. Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Yes. Oh my god.
And so it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Uh-oh. Alright. Now, is it still going to be flashback where you can practice law, or is it going to be not flashback where we can't practice law? And then what do we do? We can't be in court. Terror of the Great Departed Soul. Alright. Third chapter. What is that laser? I don't like that.
The grand end of the century Great Exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it. Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
All right.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people. The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Oh boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
I don't like this.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies. And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location. Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
This cannot possibly go well. At all. This man's about to die. Or, you know, this is a weird magic trick.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
Yes. Whoa!
I don't like this at all.
Yes!
Yippee! Oh, what a surprise. What a surprise. It went wrong. Runo! Runo, are you listening? Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris? What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Did you like what I cooked for breakfast? No, that's not it at all. What were you talking about again? Today's paper! It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again! Ah, yes, the Great Exhibition. I'd like to go sometime. You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Oh gosh, you're even more down. When did you arrive, Miss Naruto? I've been here about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was here. You know, because breakfast? House is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has, ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. This doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. thanks again. It crossed my mind recently. It's been 6 months now. 6 months? Since I was forbidden from working in court. Oh, geez. That was a long time ago. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned. Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley? Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. So we just been sitting around doing nothing for 6 months? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? Seems even more down in the dumps than me. I know! The great exhibition is opened! You can be excited! Hell, why don't we all go see it together? I want to, of course I do! But I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because! I'm a great detective, after all! So you're embroiled in some tricky case I can't be distracted from. Is that it? I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Half a year ago now. Took on the fence of young girl and trial her at the Old Bailey. At first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place in a London pawnbrokery. Turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. And of course the trial. Found I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I'd spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing. You have, haven't you, Ryuno? Reading all those big, fat tomes about British law up in your room, and those about Sholmes' old cases. Brewing hours of special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on the silverman next, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think you're going to ask the powers that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart, the British Supreme Court in Whitehall. Lord Strongheart? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can get permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. I can't do that just sitting around here. Ugh. The whole of London's been swept in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching. Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London for all those lovely balloons. Look down on... do you mean those things fly? Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air. But how? How's hot air anything to do with flying? Makes no sense. Can't understand it at all. That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will just be common knowledge. I suppose they might be. Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong with the open experimenting stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are. Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here. Every page of this paper carries some article about the great exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker things shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Now, if I know anything about this game, that newspaper is going to be very important. It's going to be the clue to solving everything. The shadows cast behind. Is that a miracle way of referring to the back page of the paper? Let's look at the paper right now, actually. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experience demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. Also positive and hopeful about the coming century. You must all go to see it properly before too long. What about the back? Oh! Oh no! Oh. Not the lost cat! I mean... So many glowing reports about the great exhibition. Everything else is going on there. Oh, it's a rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what? What's the matter, Runo? The Reaper attacked? That's Lord Van Zeeks. So what Sir Sholmes was talking about. Is no anymore, I wonder? Let's ask about... Okay, there we go. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? It's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. You're acting very strangely, Hurley. What do you mean, Iris? Well, usually... The more mysterious and complicated cases, the better Hurley's mood. Ah. Is it really a case that's bothering you? Iris, please! You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation to show me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That's a deep sigh. The Reaper attacked. It says the people of Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. It's Prosecutor Baron Von Zeeks. Say that the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case. There's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper is someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics such as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among the fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take his attacks lying down. Although, it seems as assailants were armed with guns this time. My goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zeeks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? Well, the article here, it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks' condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, we shall have to inquire with someone in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you'd be wasting your time. Thought it crossed my mind. But now I'm wondering where you're going. Well then, see you later indeed. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the room, out of the door. Oh. Alright then, Runo, let's get going! Oh, Iris, what are you wearing? I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition! You're going to take me! What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court. Oh, that sounds fun too! You're going to take me there then! Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you? Of course! After the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition. Okay. Back here again. I still don't trust this guy. Though, very likely, he could just be normal. He could just be just a guy, normal guy. About 6 months now since I was last here. Some things never change. A sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Well, she seems happy with herself. Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Oh, I love this place! I always find so many interesting books here! Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. Chisato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan.
Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me.
Oh, Lord Strongheart. Just you been keeping well?
Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies.
Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around, staring in space.
Good to know.
Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's man allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. He only saved the air for a moment as Grand Office to understand his preeminent status.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. Furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh, I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do. It's my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention to results, so be it.
Well, nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I'll be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing in my mind as it happens. Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it! So that's about this.
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. Next month, the largest and most important of them will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly!
Ah!
London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. It's imperative we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
But you know, it's forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly! The future of policing.
Ah!
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly! It's extremely alarming.
Ah!
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, we could be sure. Numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. I could cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
Way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier. I shall detail everyone now.
What? Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was...
Oh god. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wake up.
Well, that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. Simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
Harris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful? Actually drifted off for the most part. Surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Honestly, I'm very sorry for what happened. The thing is, maybe I understand what it really means to defend someone under the rules of a foreign justice system. I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you're a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role.
Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. Should have been Kazuma. He's so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. What's his calling? A tragic accident had happened. I wouldn't be here in this office now. Mr. Husky is my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? You didn't make any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions, but studiously obeying your advised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Hey, we did it! Thank you so much. That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. Consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please tell me more. A curious affair. You described it as a curious affair.
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no. Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How was it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think. Instantaneous kinesis? As in, moving things with a click of the fingers? That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil may care. Well, the serious accident was exactly. It clearly captured Iris's imagination.
It's unfortunate business. Large explosion engulfed the public experimental stage and man lost his life. Such a Mr. O.D. Asman, professor and well-known figure in society.
A large explosion? A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Hairbrain.
Yeah, cool.
He was detained immediately after the incident. He's due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There's very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation.
Great exhibition. Scientific experiment gone wrong. And murder? I feel on my death before I even started. Still. We should go to the prison straight away then. And try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think? Definitely.
Ah yes, one more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks? How? I guess I should present this. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this?
Report the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition? Of course.
No, not that. Story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked? Ah, that. The joys and victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper! What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zeeks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does. Strangely.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They're armed with guns. How's he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. The leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I've no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
You're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
Victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. There's a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman.
Did you say Asman? That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition!
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you lose Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. Fearful of that fate, they seek to strike a Lord Van Zieks first. There's no evidence he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still. Something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for two reasons. Firstly, the man's the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. Secondly, the deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials have nothing to do with him.
That doesn't make sense. How explain the way somebody died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer, so he'll continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course.
He did quit for a while and came back. I guess he'll keep prosecuting as long as I'm prosecuting.
Well, must be linked by next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late? That's quite something.
The meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So late it was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
Sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where do I find Lord Van Zieks now?
I would assume he's at his office.
Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth.
Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands.
Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Alright. New case, new case, new case. I kind of want to go to Lord Van Zieks' place first. This is more interesting to me. Oh my god. If I wasn't sure he was a vampire before. Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office? Yes, it appears so. It sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere! Oh, is that... That hood figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is.
What are you doing here?
Ah! He's unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, glad to see you're well.
I am.
So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh.
That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know he had an apprentice. Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Ah, the mysterious masked man.
He's very able in combat. The requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers?
The Reaper? I'd be interested to know of the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend generally inhabits our great courtrooms.
Lord Strongheart said the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack.
True. carried out by henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. Investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odie Asmon.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor, but his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, did he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper?
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact. In extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration on the public experimental stage and an enormous explosion! A lot of big E words.
Correct. And do you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. This man really is the fabled Reaper, that he has to be innocent of this particular death at least. It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runo? I mean, what with you taking all the Professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert Hairbrain.
Is that a play on Einstein as well? He is German. That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
You're... What? I understood Professor Hairbrain's from Germany, though.
Hairbrain's from a respectable British family. Graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
So you were students together?
I was in the Faculty of Law, of course. He in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. But curiously, we got along. I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Well, if I make it out of this office alive, he's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor have been friends.
We are friends, it's true.
Why would you do this? If the Reaper's the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before? If I can know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean...
I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
But that's not true, Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. No, it was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hard-working now.
I can't deny that since I counted you. Things have taken a turn, but the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it's at the hand of their own kind. It's not my work.
Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes he's not involved in any way. But you attack by those ruffians because they believe it's true!
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially.
Oh.
It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor.
It's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide.
What Van Zeeks? And I guess that's it then. Guess it's not, though. Examine. Let's... Maybe we can talk to... the guy here. Yeah, it looks like a punishment to me. I've never seen someone sitting like that before. He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Think perhaps he's dead? If he was dead, Runo, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he? Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us. He's not dead! Okay. The portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? Of course. It's a very majestic outfit and pose. Sadly, our painter didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zeek's facial features. Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated the subject's handsomeness, I think. Ah, that reminds me. That Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him. How vain! That's really not an attractive quality in a person, isn't it? That portrait does not depict me. Sir, that's immediately obvious. Oh, then, who is it? Perhaps we could ask about that. Ooh, look! It's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground! That's amazing. I wonder why it's here. Perhaps he may take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person. He was too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket. He's in the room! Surely it's obvious I'm using it as investigative aid. Nipponies have no business painting others. It's overly reserved. I didn't think he'd overhear that. Okay, let's try asking him about the portrait then. Nope, we can't. But there's more we can do here at least, right? Yeah. His desk, I guess? Oh, Van Zeek's desk, look, so stylish. And that's a marble chess set beside it. Chess? That's the Western version of our Japanese shogi game, isn't it? I'm actually quite good at shogi problems. Oh, really? You'd probably like chess problems in that case. I'd love to challenge Lord Van Zeek sometime. About shogi problems. If you only really want to challenge yourself, you could always do that on your own at home. Ah, there's this collection. We have a fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles lined up there. My hallowed bottles are filled with the essence of the finest grapes and the finest vineyards I visit. And I personally oversee these chalices being made by the finest crystal craftsmen in the world. And yet you throw them around in court like they were worthless. Yes, because this imbecile is so unimaginably and repeatedly wide of the mark sometimes. Oh! Before you open your mouth next time, you should consider the poor artisans whose work you defile. So, it's my fault. Silly me, how could I ever thought of otherwise? My god. Excuse me? Are those actual bats? Oh, Jesus. Ah, they were bats! Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect. How about the mute man in the dark cloak? That was the familiar. It's not the flying kind. Must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then. I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. Don't know what that is. Look at all these casks. All those ancient casks lying on the wall there. Casks in the Reaper's chamber? Oh, they're caskets. You don't think all those people who escaped conviction in court are lying inside them? Dead, do you? What ridiculous notions are going through your head, man? This is my collection of fine vintages. Oh, yes, of course. Thank you for clearing that up. We are pestering this guy so much. Bruno and I were just amusing ourselves. Don't mind us, Mr. Reaper. I wouldn't, if you hadn't invited yourselves to my office to talk nonsense within my earshot. We're just not leaving this poor guy alone. Anything else around here? They've examined everything. What else is there to talk about? Anything to talk about? Or do I present him with this? I guess I could. Lord Van Zeek's about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. Seems a reporter nearby where that little skirmish took place. I had no idea it had been photographed. That's careless of me. What a dapper outfit you're in, though. Looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them.
There's someone else flying alongside you, it seems. I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it?
As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice.
How do you tell us a little more about him?
He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, you are to Hurley then, Runo. I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with the great detective.
He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
Looks like he's wearing some kind. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
On Lord Strongheart's orders, nobody knows the man's face or his identity.
How'd you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual?
Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There'll be a good reason for his actions.
I hope you're right.
Well.
Ah!
The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can call it on the briefs.
Nice to meet you. Cool. Good talk. Back to work again. That's really strange, though. I never met the man before. Didn't even know he existed. And yet, somehow I didn't feel like our first encounter.
Uh-oh. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it.
Oh, I see.
Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway?
Oh no, I mean... Sorry, didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Wait.
Ah yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
Oh, what's that?
That Nipponese man, is he faring well?
Sorry?
The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. With the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters.
Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean? I'm not sure I'd be very pleased to find out you identified him for that list, Runo. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day.
I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case.
Yes, thank you for the advice. And for the conversation. I can't believe he's asked you after Saseki-san. After Nipponese. Not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. I never imagined Mr. Reed would be friends with the mad scientist, did you? That's a turn-up for the books. Mad scientist? I mean Professor Hairbrain. Guess it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with the Lord Van Zeeks, I think. Alright, we're done here. I'm worried about who that apprentice is. I have an idea of who it could be, and I'm worried. Very much worried. Alright. Let's find out what's going on here. Oh, there he is. The warrant said cell 11. That's this one. Oh! There's someone curled up in a ball at the back corner. Look! What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me? Professor Hairbrain? Who are you? I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer! No, what's something I said? A lawyer, you say? Well, would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis? Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't... Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... It was an on-and-out success by anyone's calculations. But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. Explain they all leave at high velocity. Now it's probably not a good time to mention that your Zeal made him a concentration leave for a while, too. Look at this guy. The Reaper's varsity years. That's a funny thing to pop up. I mentioned the demonstration yesterday. The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Ah! Yes, you can interpret the results that way if you really want to. Well, I suppose in strictest sense, the experiment was a failure. At the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me. I saw it with my own eyes, right there in front of me. Mr. Aspen was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly by the calculation I had predicted. That point should have been beamed to the crystal tower by instantaneous kinesis. However, the machine exploded and Mr. Aspen in fact perished. Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure. So what you're really saying is, the large explosion that killed Mr. Asmund was an accident, correct? But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder! I was responsible for a man's death. That's the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once! But... murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident, simply an accident! I see. Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or a murder. How exactly? Well, if it really was an accident, the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody. On what grounds? Ah, yes, newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispenser for Scientific Equipment Act. That one passed me by. But if the case is treated as a murder, they'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over as much as they like. If they examine it in detail, they'll find out how it's made, and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precise hypothesis will be stolen. She was protected for that at all costs. That's why it's imperative that it's shown to be an accident tomorrow's trial. I see now. Instantaneous kinesis. So in short, there's a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday. Yes! Oh, rather, no. The devil's in the details. Strictly speaking, there's a terrible explosion. Sounds the same to me. You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible, using a sufficiently high voltage, to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis. Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Oh, but dare to imagine it! Dare to dream of such incredible technology! Just think, one moment it could be there in the cell, and the next, it could be at the big exhibition again! Oh, yes, that'd be incredible. And the next, in the blink of an eye, I could be on a great Parisian theatre, say! Possibilities are endless! The whole of a vast planet could be within reach! So no more hiding in wardrobes of rocky seas for 50 days! I don't really see it like that. What do you mean, Iris? Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? You'd feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, that's got Professor Bunnybrain really worried by the looks of it. There's yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. It just works. Without a practical demonstration means nothing. That's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstration costs a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Hurley's always complaining about it. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known Vesta, Mr. Asmund. I think he died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? The Reaper's varsity years. Let's hear about this. I understand Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from university days. Yes, that's right. He was studying law while I was studying science. What was he like back then? Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-round nice fellow, really. Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor, Baron Von Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university? Talk about a leading question, Runo. As I said, an unassuming, extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood. Little darling. It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yeah, that's right. I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really? What sort of event? That's probably the thing. I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I was in the country at the time. I was in Germany already. Oh, yes, of course. He's heard all about the Reaper. I heard I don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. Anyway, the victim. Tell us about him. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? Exactly was your relationship with the man? He first visited me at a laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to investigate my immaculate hypothesis. I think by lucky stars! I see, so you hadn't really known each other until then. Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel. Oh, really? An archangel, even. He is prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation of a great exhibition. If that went well, I expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Hasman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then, your dreams were blown to dust in an enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Hasman. I would never, ever have the thought of taking a man's life. That seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. A huge explosion occurred yesterday. That was an accident, you're saying. Had no intent to harm the victim. It was in fact the sole investor in your work. Was that correct? It's correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. But it's 10 in base 4. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my own invention. So I know that I'm far from blameless in all this. But still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions to take a person's life. Not for the centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that. All my life. I'm afraid I don't know much about science. Or your theories. But I do believe you. I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. You're a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Gotta take more sippy. Might need to take a break to refill on water in a bit. I went to live in Germany after I graduated. I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything. Thank you for that, Professor. Thank you in advance. Thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. Alright, Runo. It's time. Time to visit the great exhibition. Sorry? Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it? Yeah, I suppose that's true. I'd investigate it last. Okie dokie. I'm curious what he thinks of this. How could this have happened? I just feel awful. As well as a man losing his life, the Crystal Tower is greatly damaged too. I know what happened. I must have been that. That? The day before the demonstration, I had my usual meal of frankfurters at the hotel restaurant. When I paid the bill, they gave me 3 shillings too much in change. But instead of saying anything, I just slipped the coins back in my pocket. They're still there now. It's divine retribution for my wrongdoing. That's what this is. For a scientist, he has some very illogical anecdotes. Long and illogical. Had nothing to say about his friend, but I guess that makes sense. Experimentation stage. Let's go. foot of the Crystal Tower. Ugh. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. I've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now. I found myself swooning 3 times. There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too. Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. Finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. Uh-oh.
Right, I have you this time. I'm wanting your dress in a minute.
Oh yeah? Go on then, Spectre, give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it. Wait, I know those voices.
Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but not in the cells to teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya. Want that big old bag of chips rammed down your throat? Yoo-hoo! Gregsy, what are you doing up there?
Bah! Bah! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You, here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship!
Does that make her 3 times a lady? I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go and have a word for you at once, your ladyship! We'll be flying side of kite, no time to pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. Until recently he was suspended from duty, but appears he's back in action now. Actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. For that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. There are limits, surely. Or there should be.
What's it, sunshine?
Sorry.
What gives, then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense. So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it?
Is it really that troubling? Measly 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? You can stand to carry a bit more copper around your pockets, Mr. Naruto. Well, hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for all the bother. 3 bob. This is Gina Lestrade, pickpocketer, diver, born and bred in the East End of London. Case led my own suspension 6 months ago. This is the young girl I was defending in court. What's your problem, eh, Otto? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name-calling? Want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do ya? I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You're just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground. That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Otto. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now. Learn to be a Scotland Yard detective. Oh? Really? She'll have to call me what everyone else does. It's Inspector Lestrade now. Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The Inspector part's entirely accurate. No cause of that. What's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, all right?
Right, sir. This raises a lot of questions. Say months ago now that I first encountered Gina. Connected to the case I was working on. At the time she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing. Then she got embroiled in a murder. I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. Diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done. So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? You got it. You good, innit? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh? Talk about a sea change. And then there's Iris's old man to think about. Iris's father, you mean? Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out the stops looking for him. Just a small promise, then. Nothing serious. Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come how to go with the test for Scotland Yard. The trouble is, I don't read so well, do I? Just a small problem, nothing serious. And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her sort of apprentice. That's very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave. Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants. The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words. So, the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there? Ooh, what, Bruno? What? Well, 6 months ago, Gina was defended in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. She was found not guilty. But here she is still. Come on, you're not still about that, are you? That's the Reaper or whatever it's called. God, you don't even have to worry, Otto. If I didn't have to worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left. It's like I told you before, ain't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm on like on the inside. And I ain't really done nothing wrong. Nothing wrong would be stretching a point. What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he? Well, that's true. Mr. Reaper is more discerning than I thought. Exactly! So I had to worry, I'm totally fine! Wow. Of course, how this world it was! The Ready Blood pulled a bunch of levers on his machine, suddenly started billowing smoke. It just went pop! You'd seen a better experiment here yet. Sorry? You mean you saw it, Jenny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Keeping everything running smooth, I mean. The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. It's gonna take some getting used to. So all I have to say is I'm on duty. I can do whatever I want to. Get this! I was up above them flying balloons what happened. Watching from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right, Iris? You have no trouble at all. Then settle. When do I start? No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. The machine explodes so spectacularly, how can Professor Buddybrain still be claiming that his spin was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success. In a way. It was. How can it have been? 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 Sure, if the whole machine blew up and we call the experiment a success. It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke in that whopping great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the Crystal Tower over there. What? In the tower? Oh, that's what that's all for. You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold. Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim was going to start with. Really did get beaten through the air, whatever, and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it? What? I don't believe it. I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard. Are you sure? Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair. Actually, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Let's look at that right now. Take a look. I'm tracing with a mouse, and I don't think the angle is quite right. But sure. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange.
What's worth, anyway? The skating's off the cards for all of us.
Yes, not the old Gracie ran off after that without explaining himself. Oh, right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. Representing the defendant. In that case, could you at least tell us what you've been learned from your investigations? Nah, you're not getting it. Ain't allowed to investigate neither. Why? What did the boss call him again? The forensic investigation team, I think? Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, innit? Chief Scotland Yard's and the detectives can't investigate. I've never heard something like that before. Thought I could have a gander in the quiet, though. The boss caught me at it. You probably hadn't given me an earful about before from down there, didn't you? Stop bleeding fair. I think you're giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it. Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. Say something to him, Otto. Come on, see if you get through to him. He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is. We can try, can't we, Bruno? Grexy will listen to us. He'll listen to you. Alright. Let's attempt. Oh, we can't actually move there. Examine. Up. Let's look at this first. Crystal Tower. Certainly an apt name. It's built to be the focal point of the exhibition. Definitely is, being so tall and with all that glass. Can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. There are lots of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors. Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may be the biggest draw. And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut. It's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. Apparently everyone's taking the skies now to look down the disaster. Whew, let's try that again. Never mind, I accidentally pressed the scroll wheel. But there's a 3-hour queue to go in the open balloon now. Lines are supposed to be very patient people. So how much do you know about lines? This platform has been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up. About 30 feet up above ground, apparently. As the policeman I just spoke to said. I don't really understand feet very well. You don't use them in Japan. Then how do you walk? Ba-dumpa. Sorry. Oh yes, sorry, it's about 9 meters. But soon you have been in London a year, Bruno. It's bad we got used to our measurements. Yeah, well, this thing's so tall, and the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else. They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from. Well, you'd be disappointed. Just saying, Japan. The darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Let's try to talk to Gregson. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. If Greg Z will let us. Oh boy. Yeah, that exploded. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up. Ooh, must have been a magnificent explosion. I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course. Hurley's always doing experiments that ended a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry. I'm explaining the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. One time he made something that exploded with such force, took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo. It's hard to get too excited about that, because I now live in the roof. Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate. And... now look, Inspector Gregson's over there. Seems to be deep in thought about something. While eyeing up the machine carefully. Really? He just looks confused to me. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it? Magnificently? And mercilessly? Someone stand in the middle of the machine and be disassembled and then beamed through the air? Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point. Yeah, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris? Oh, Runo, I'm just a child. How should I know? A child when it suits you, you mean? From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
Ah, that was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship, didn't mean to startle you. I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry, you can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful.
It's just like old times, this is. Representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So you should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ah, listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. That's a special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's having me party.
Oh yeah, it's special dispensation. The professor mentioned that too.
Our red tape's all we need. What the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Ah,
Surely it's alright, isn't it, Gregsy?
of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Runo? Surely knows I'll get what she wants. Let's talk a bit, I think. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and beam him across the Crystal Tower. Extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public.
True. By far the most unusual experiments, but for exhibition mind.
But I misspoke. Forbidden said unnatural, which in a way I guess it kind of is too. And honestly, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. To count something so dangerous, so many spectators present, I mean.
Government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than they are to spot public safety infringements. They can be the first to develop some new technology and makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see.
I suppose that's true, in a way.
So powers that be are placed a heavy emphasis on scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
Making it so that any theories the brains have are made their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it into a practical idea and even go into production. It's the infuriating reason this couple's not allowed to touch the crime scene. There's a new high-voltage special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it.
Ah, I see now.
The only people first mentioned to investigate here from some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. Relegated to keeping guard.
The Forensic Investigation Team.
Any old fool would see this heap of scrap metals a sham to begin with. Just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork. We can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very het up, isn't he? He's very het. Special dispensation. Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Are you having me out, Sunshine? Special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a real twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for the great exhibition it was. All scientists do is present their ideas and fetch some suits in the civil service. They get to rub a stamp that's a guarantee of rights, maintaining the invention's confidentiality.
What does that really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, you ask me, performed by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that. Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
Soon think otherwise after spend a day guarding all these shimmers, bogus contraptions.
They're all bogus. How can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry.
Thanks to all our government's bright ideas. If any theory of invention is deemed to show potential, government hands out a research grant.
The scientists get funding.
Exactly. That's what they're all after. All these shadows come from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who wants to keep them all safe, eh? Who wants to smile politely and welcome them? A scalpers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science! Hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see a point. Professor Harebrain. Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right. Came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
I Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. It's time in further education. Turns out he's university someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks.
Yeah? What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks means the prosecution, as the accused, the professor's fate is...
Sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another?
Blimey, that's beyond me. I know what goes on in that head of his. Talking of Van Zeeks, there's one paper on the story of him being attacked. Read that.
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper's completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long is that business gonna keep up, I wonder?
The mystery of the Reaper. Oh, hi. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Mystery of the Reaper. Let's hear it. In this case, the investor, Mr. Asmund, gives no one of the Reaper's victims. So I heard.
Lord Baron Von Zeek's top-class prosecutor. Even he can't always push the right photo through. Sometimes justice can't win.
I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters in his own hands. He failed to seal the deal in court.
Well, the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation. Conclusion we reached. So Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. No question in my mind. Take a reputation on it, I would.
If that's true, then how do you explain it? All defendants could just have coincidentally died if no one killed them.
I know that, but can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper.
Professor Harebrained mentioned something else. He said at university, Lord Van Zeeks is a totally different person. Easygoing and kind.
You what?
It was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Have any idea what it was?
No clue.
Really?
Look, I've got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh?
One day we're gonna find out what happened to him. One day we're gonna find out. That day is not today, I'm guessing. Let's properly look at it now. See how badly damaged everything is. Professor Harebrained was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. Should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think.
Touch anything I might kill you before I get strung myself, yeah?
I won't touch a thing, I promise. Simply spare thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
Yes, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. Though we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly! The annoying, obstructive, flaming rules!
Oh, look at the base of the machine there. Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh. It's a screwdriver, I think. Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A. It is. Oh, yeah, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything I said! Let's see, I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said!
Yes, I understand, sorry. I touched a teeny weeny bit. But Grixie, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really, very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Runo found it first.
I assure you, investigate thoroughly.
Well, he's gone off with it. That was very mean. I'm afraid Inspector Gregson's going to make a very clumsy, embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now. Poor Gregsy. That's a very credible threat she can make. All sorts of strange buildings here at the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time. Oh, in your country, Runo. I do wish I could go and see it. I present a particularly steely samurai with the presence of one of holy stores of it especially. A steely samurai, huh? A steel samurai? See if I can get hurled into a jam against some Bachitsu Majo ninjas. You might not find as many of those sorts of people around as you think. Oh, well, that's dull. Oh, but I do know a prosecutor of the Chronmage Topknot. Chronmage Topknot I could introduce you to. Chronmage? Really? You can have my picture taken with him? Do you? Assume he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave me a year ago. Yes. I have bad news for you guys. I have bad news. Ferris wheel. Let's look at that. What's that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel. Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see. Why? Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery. Wait, it's turning? Looks completely still. Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour. If you're man enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think? I feel as though you might have just invented a new sort of ride there, Runo. Ryunosuke inventing the roller coaster. What else can we do here? Talked about all that. There's more we can do here, apparently. Oh wait, I can look up. Here we go. Amazing horn-shaped device is pointing towards the Crystal Tower. Those people disassembled by the machine. They're shot at thing to wherever they're going. I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Runo. Except to beam people to the Crystal Tower. They'd be reconstructing their original form. Sorry. Sorry, gotta get rid of the hiccups now before it causes problems. Alright. I think we're good for now. I just don't like the look of it. If it was amazing as it looks, the accident would have happened in the first place, of course. I suppose that's true, yes. Nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Can we look at the hot air balloons? So those are people carrying balloons, dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs. I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please! Being perfectly honest, I'd like to try it. I got a cast iron guarantee a thing won't plummet to the ground. I'm too scared. Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode. Yes, call me crazy, but I think the exploding part might play on my mind a little. What else can we look at? I'm looking at pretty much everything, right? Whoa. Clicked on the history key accidentally. Is there anything else we can look at? I don't think so. But apparently there's still more we can do here. Maybe we can present this, see what he thinks. Spectre, have you read this paper?
Yeah, to a welcome blast back to back. So the exhibition, the Reaper getting attacked.
I know, terrible news to wake up to, wasn't it?
Tried to pretend I hadn't read it and turned over for another 40 winks. Thanks to that, I was late and got off roasting from the super.
Some mornings are like that, aren't they? What about this? As a detective, what do you make of this?
Personally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I find clues turned to be red herrings. There's every chance that's totally irrelevant.
It's actually a fairly persuasive argument. Except this is literally... Okay. Like I was saying, that angle doesn't make sense for where the guy went. I don't know if that's going to come to play at all, but then again, it's kind of broken. There's still more we can do. Really? Really? Is there anything? Is there really nothing else? I don't think we can go back down, can we? Let's go back there and see if there's more we can do. If it's gonna take us to the bottom or the top. Okay, maybe there's more we can do here. Maybe this? Chan, would you take a look at... Oh, where'd it go? Look at this, Otto! Why don't you do that? What if you've got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon? Give that back first, please. Okay. Oh! Hey, that's important. Looks as though somebody dropped something behind the tree just here. Drop or hid. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded? Maybe. Could have fallen from the platform above the blast, perhaps. What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Hold on, what's, Nope. Stop. And look around. I want to look at the thing right beneath the thing there. There we go. Oh, look, what's this? Looks a piece of cloth. It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. Very thick and stiff. Extremely durable. Did a hot air balloon explode? It's canvas, I think. Some sort of rubber backing. The edges appear to be a bit charred as well. Perhaps it had something to do with the explosion. Let's make a note of it, old Ginny's bid yarn. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost like there's a fire here or something. If you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. You know, probably wouldn't bat an eyelid. Small fire like this would have been. I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Runo. Are we done here now, maybe? No. Let's at the very least look at this contraption here. This looks very much like a crossbow, if I'm being honest. A little too much like a crossbow. There's some sort of lever here. Yeah. Yep. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing, too. The crossbow. Hey, hey. I called it immediately. Crossbow, crossbow. Looks like you wind this around in order to draw the bowstring back and create tension. Must be able to fire arrows with a huge amount of force using this device then. I gotta imagine it's far more accurate and powerful than a Japanese longbow. Ugh, I had no idea what I was picking up when I spotted this at the exhibition grounds. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. Sounds right, it's a sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. Must be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 2 times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyoto archery training. Getting some backstory here. What's this green cloth about? Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. Never seen anything like it before. Perhaps of Sholmes' methods. I could use this part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. Shari must occur when the person is struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Attempt was made. Okay, I don't know if we should present stuff to her. Are we down here now, maybe? Nope. There's still more here to do. That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis, or whatever they called it. Dead, of course. They're calling it the experiment a success. What's the wooden scaffold there for? The coppers, our lads said that over the incident happened. Get the body down, I think. Don't know, really. Can you help to erect the scaffold, then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition, keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. And Gregson didn't hear you saying that. I'll give you the boot. It's incredible, though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? I'm not sure. Ryuno! Ryuno, listen! What is it? I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he? About what? About Mr. Reaper! About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? It sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from the university. Something completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he? Here, this is what you need. What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tussbells? It's supposed to mean something to me? You don't know it? Most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like. No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow. But that's where Hurley is. What? At this popular London attraction? Yes. How's that you know where he is? Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Ryuno. Madame Tussbells. I guess it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then... stranger things have happened. When they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Alright. Guess we're going there, then. Okay. 22nd October. Ah. Okay. I see. What is this place? Look at all these terrifying scenes, but why are all the people so still? Guillotines? Ruthless murders? I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Ryuno? Shocked? Wax models? Ah! I read about dead bodies in wax once, in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called, adipoxia, or however. Stop talking about creepy things like that, Ryuno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipoxia doesn't form readily, you know. Something very specific. What now? I just remembered something else I read. Another magazine about strange phenomena. There's an old lady, maybe a witch. She used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display. None of the exhibits here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas. They can't be. You're really expecting me to believe that? Just look at them. Oh. There's no way anybody can make models of people this realistic. Oh, is that Jack the Ripper there? They're all such gruesome scenes. Wait. What is it? Oh, no. I must be seeing things. Hello? Is this an arm? It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxworks models have fallen over. You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you? Runo! Stop scaring me! Is it a wax arm or a real one? Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels. Objection! What the heck is this one? Is this some infamous murderer? Yes, called Jane the Ripper. One of victims' young women. I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding a knife. She's a son of a murderer. Well, yes. Ah! What's the matter, Runo? I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill the bathtub with blood so she can have a soak on her victim's gore. Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. Doesn't mention anything about the bathtub. Really? Sorry, I don't think it's significant. I still think it has to be there for a reason. No, wait, I'm gonna go this. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human. Well, maybe. All the exhibits are real people. When it's closing time and all the visitors have gone home, they suddenly start moving about. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. Okay, let's check out Jack the Ripper here, almost certainly. Is this an example of Western Tsujigiri? I don't know what that is. You know, an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby and tests his sword. I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Runo? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned. I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. What do you mean by that? Jesus. Anyway, let's talk about the Herlock Sholmes in the room. It's... the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Sholmes is his own wax statue in here. Really? Well, he is world famous after all. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Makes my skin crawl to look at it. I know! But look, Runo, when you kick this Hurley, it doesn't move a muscle. Oh god. Can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. Not just a little bit either. Really? Did it? Look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy. Much more appealing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, take exception to your recording such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes. I knew it. Iris, what possessed you? I should have forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick! Could you have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me! But Runo has something he needs to ask you. Question? I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are. Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. Mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. My great brain, upon which all my success has been built, have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss. Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you? You can know something. It's true. My Lord Van Zeeks, what happened in the past changed him. Aren't you here to take our time? How can it be of assistance? For your own luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. If my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter about which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? What is this place? Madame Tussbells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxworks models is a particular secret of the Tussbells family, they say. They are renowned during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. Ugh, that sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism, especially the face of the condemned. Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the side of the executions. It really turns my stomach. That's just one of the several legends about the Tussbells family. Was there truth in it? I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular of the museum by quite some margin is this House of Horrors. A House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they're even stiffer now than all of them. Heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits here are... they're all portrayals of real events that actually took place. It's just me, or the temperature in here just seemed to drop. Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Well, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? So why are you doing this? What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in our different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Do you mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, it isn't obvious. For the money! Oh. I guess that makes sense. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. I have the ravenous iris to consider. Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry. If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Miss Naruhodo. What's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Miss Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. It's just me, or does final remark there sound a lot like a curse? Well, what is it like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, a friend, Mr. Reaper. How'd you find him? Well, I trust. So I told Mr. Sholmes about everything I'd learned. Lord Van Zeeks, Professor Hairbrain, about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it was that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person. How sure that you know, Hurley? You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before. Something was afoot. I believe it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? You sound clammed up. Well, seems we've reached the unavoidable... Greetings. Oh, ma'am? Oh, hello, where'd she appear from? What's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious? I hope You all appreciating my museum? Sorry, have we... Mrs. Jones, do you know this? Not again. My apologies. I'm Esmeralda Tuspels. This is my museum of waxwork. What? You're the Madame Tuspels? Bien sûr. They're only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow? I'm a madam in name only. It has a certain je ne sais quoi. Right. Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks. Or rather, one waxwork in particular. Only Mr. Sholmes, then. I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toilet trouble. Oh, my God. Oh, God. She sounds deadly serious. That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean. Yeah, I know, but... I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here. Haven't we got enough on our plates already? Alright, let's talk, I guess. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Tuspels? I did. I am the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh. It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is when she acquired the savoir-faire that lay in astonishing lifelikeness. All these waxworks really do look though as they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people on which they are modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness. It sounds terrifying. All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying? Do not fear. Sorry. This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope. Yes, ours should drag me straight in here, come to think of it. Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things. The great detective waxwork. What's the situation with that? Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see. With a business proposal. What sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Or words to that effect. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective. It's a great detective, actually. He's very specific about it. Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms. Let me guess, someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services? For a mere £500? I'll dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment! What words to that effect? Mrs. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch. Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment, due to unforeseen consequences. I mean circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead. Sure, he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he? I would think not, but he was very insistent. I have a 50-shilling problem. That must be resolved by this morning. What words to that effect? It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem. Is the consulting detective work not going so well? Something afoot. Also, by the way, that scarf on the right there looks very familiar. I wonder, can I ask you something? Bien sûr. I'm just curious, is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps? Whoever suggested such a thing to you? Oh, well, it was... your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned me a little... No, he's disappeared. Maxwell is a work of art. That's a tawdry object for trade. Ah. There you are. Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down? Dear Madame Tuspel, save your reprimand. The more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. Tutti is about your current problem. We must throw in the melting pot instead. Personally, I'd advise you not to involve the police. Why ever not? Turned as wide as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective, whose services you may employ for mere 50 shillings. But please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance. My God. Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we? Before I engage my analytical proceedings, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain? That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it. Ah, a special exhibit at the House of Horrors. Must have picked a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder? Ah, absolutely no. There's nothing amiss behind there. Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens. Yes, very well. I'll draw back the curtains, but only a second. I'm just assuming the pronunciation of these French words, and I'm definitely botching it. And I apologize. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer, one would expect, is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however... Oh, that's a person! Is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor? That's a living person. The white was because of a glove, I see. Well then, perhaps, Mr. Sholmes. Man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they're always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. Oh, here we go. Here we go. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why? Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. Ah, she looks as pale as candle wax. I don't understand. So, Madame Tuspels, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famous and great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Alright, a great deduction. The logic and reasoning spectacular. Max Work's fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. My estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So what did this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not so much the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Tuspels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by the public notice. Waxwork for sale? Your business is in hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200. No. Now, Let's explore the next curiosity which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. I dealt the man such a shocking blow is, of course, the 200 pounds, and not the thing in the bottom left that's so obviously there. It appears that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer special exhibit fetched a killer price. You only pray the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Sure. Sure. Whatever you say. Waxwork location. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands. Let's consider the problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as the one by policemen with a secret sign to fellow members of the force that crime is being perpetrated. This young man's undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. Received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before with a particularly unsightly visage. Watching closely as he moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. No, sir, at once, of course. Observe! The telltale sign actually proves whether or not this old man's waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence? A tragically low price, you might say. Though perchance the going of aging waxwork's a riddle of cracks. And yet you sold to the portly gentleman for exorbitant 200 pounds. The sort of plucky behaviour it's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not... Yes, the waxwork he sold has already been seized by the police. Remains in their custody as we speak. The old man is to be reunited with the grave of the special exhibit. Not a moment too soon. Alright, well, let's see how we can correct these. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Alright. Oh, she is at the ready. I see I've stunned you all to silence. You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot. If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. The toast Naruhodo 1 point! I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit features old policeman. So, that means that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottermole. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared in the aether. It turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole. So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man they're supposed to be? Indeed. It's a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. Was £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It'd be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things into perspective. So, it is quite a lot, then. Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down? That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me. Mrs. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris. That's alright. Make some minor corrections to Great Detective's great deductions. Of course it's alright. You'll soon set things straight. Let's get started then, shall we? For Madame Tussbell's vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tussbells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. There we go. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Let's try this again. It is most certainly not this. It's not the public notice. And what could it be? She's definitely looking this direction, it's true. But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks, even for £200. No, she must pour heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. But to me, I wouldn't sell them for anything. For that much money, I would. But sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance. Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that can explain it. Oh hey. What's this note say? What's that note doing pinned on the wall there? Oh yeah, let's see. Dear Madame Tussbells, you've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for a safe return is £200. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What? This is just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Yes, it's a ransom note. Exactly. Ransom note.
Take that!
Significance of £200 is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so. Must congratulate these criminals on the inventiveness of abducting a waxwork. £200 is no small ransom fee, but you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary then, £200 you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let's explore the next curiosity of which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. Okay, we're going through this. So the waxwork is kidnapped. Where does that leave us in terms of who this man is? We can just ask him when he comes around. I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. Yes, you're right. Early's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down. Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That seems clear. In that case, what's Madame Tussbell's trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Well, what might these be down here? Or... am I not allowed to see these? Oh! Hello? It's just Madame Tussbell's right hand, isn't it? Yeah, it must be. Claire's here left hand, after all. Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look! Oh, it is, yeah. Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please. And seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard. You mean... it's made of wax. Fake handshake.
Take that!
I'll tell them it's a shocking blow is, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... the hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. I'll be a right hand, but closer inspection revealed, in fact, it's a left hand. and somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It's that of a waxwork model. Yeah. Oh. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. In the middle of the exhibit and cause damage. Seeming that arm... Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try and remove it as a souvenir. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view them blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the man a lesson. In front of the man tried to take the arm back. And the result? The scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. Point we made to revisit later. But for the time being, we have a conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Alrighty, we did it. Nope. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway. A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard. Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away. Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Ah, there we go.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, you'll observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks the earth. Of that I'm gonna show you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. Simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally! What explanation could there be? It was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor of the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. Been watching closely as it moved a muscle, okay. Nope. That's for the scarf, I think. Killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known? He was all over the papers last year. I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. 3 pence isn't much money. Only done for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Gyardob's delightful lodgings, in fact. This is a special killer taking the special exhibit. Is it? Actually, somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. This crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really? Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up. Yeah?
Take that!
That's a man, alright. Is the obvious twitch.tv/Nintendo is. Telltale sign instantly proves where or not this old man's a waxwork is. The obvious twitch.tv/Nintendo is. Even the most relaxed of waxworks don't exhibit a twitch. In other words, a splendid old man's in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. A slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tuspels? Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's his tag about showing a price of 3 pence? Note that the price tag in the muffler. It's the old body purchased recently at a local market. I presume we've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Miss Naruhodo? Yes, secret signs by detectives show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, There has been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork, the especially ruthless killer from the special jib, has been kidnapped. In Scotland Yard already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. This concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. There we go, we've done it now.
Oh, now you done it.
Okay. Deduction complete. Elementary. We done did it. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoy the spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. It was indeed genuinely abducted. Yes, tragically, it was. Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in much detail as possible, if you please. Very well, but after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of Great Detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Alright, tell us everything. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It's your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found a ransom note at its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then. So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. A name I've heard of. So, Mr. Naruto, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry. The Professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it? Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago. A series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, exactly the time that Baruch von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying... So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life? As you surmised, it was the Professor case. Who was this Professor, then? It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. The 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested, and put to death. And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though, of course, he happens to be absent at present, on account of the abduction. I don't understand. How else relate to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is the Professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. What do you mean, Hurley? Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty, that sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... wait! Of course! Mr. Harebrain said, Lord Van Zieks is a family of noble blood. Oh gosh! It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of... Clint Van Zieks. No, I don't believe it. Van Zeeks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zeeks has such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a wax-work exhibit. I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well. Yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. We still need to find out why he hates Japanese people. We still need to find that out, but I guess we will eventually. Now the predicted stairs have been analyzed. Involved you coming to visit me here. Oh. Visit me here. It's been too long, it really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque. It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. I can't forgive myself what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen. Tomorrow the court will decide. Yes. The young Eastern man I can find defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident. A terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it. I must warn you. Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you? Yes. Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Baroque, are you really... What? Never mind. I know that you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I want to trust it to anybody else. Of course. Fully understand. Thank you, Baroque. Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. Wait. Wait, so does he... Does Baroque, like... Did he want us? Did he want us to represent him because he knew we'd do... Huh. This guy is unbelievable. Anyway, trial time. Can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo! Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I felt anything like it. It's crushing me. I feel every time I'm here, that gravity. Well, this is British court. But are you telling me it's fitted some kind of device that can control air pressure? I think it's probably all in the mind. Yes. Well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you today's trial to save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage thesis machine from being made public. Yes, I understand. I know I have to do. To establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident. Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail. Here we go. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. That was very mean, Bruno. Leave me at home alone with Hurley. Give me just an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Herlock Sholmes? Indeed, sir. I am he. Herlock Sholmes! Oh, I've heard all about your exploits whilst living in Germany. Yes, Rand's magazine on sale in Germany too. It's almost sublime. Your actually invented the silver blaze was wonderful. Yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall. No, that was the speckled band. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh, I've urgent business of Madame Tussfeld's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madam's engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter would be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. Until I solve the case, I should have no money to afford a pie of any description. Ooh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. Or the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh, yes, quite, definitely, absolutely, I totally understand. Is someone all starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes, oh, thank you. Before I depart, Miss Naruto, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel ought to inform you. As compelling as the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was. I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically. Seems completely barking up the wrong tree. How could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? It's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that would be at the heart of the trial, I have no doubt. Oh! Is the idea that, like, in order to make it work, that he did that in order to make it succeed? Oh. I think that's what they're gonna try and go for. Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow. See you later, Hurley. There he goes. Ah, looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it. Oh, what about you, Iris? Ah, no, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do. I see. It's going to be a big surprise for you. When you find out what it is. That sounds ominous.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once.
We're on our way. I think this is probably the first time we've been without anyone else by our side. It's literally just Ryunosuke and no one else. This might be the first time, actually. Unless I'm misremembering. Experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. Scientists are convinced that it did. That's what I really have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Oh boy. Okay, just a moment here. Okay. Let's continue then.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We're sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Hairbrain. I now call upon the counsel of the prosecution defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. 6 months out of practice. Once more. Oh! Without Susato-san today. It's just my imagination, or is the area feel even more oppressive than usual?
So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. O.D. Asman.
Mr. Asman is well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. The jury unanimously found him not guilty.
As I remember, the jury had been bribed, by the sound of it. Powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom.
But 2 days ago, on 21st October, Mr. Asmund met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asmund's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain.
Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand? Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
Science experiments, magic conjuring tricks, courtroom trials are nothing more than performances. A spear scholar defiles reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen what's said on both sides of the fence, and, settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Oh, is that the same sleepy man?
Was like this in my day? Was like this at all?
That's the police killer Automo lookalike. Again. He's exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the instant we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
I will say, this is all new people. I will say this. This is for once random. Though the death toll could have been far worse. With the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events, and as such the eyes of all London, no, all of the whole world will be on this trial. It's our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of scientists' latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they're subsequently reassembled.
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking!
Ha! The whole idea is absurd! Apples would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
I am. My word on the matter can be said final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So, its expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What's the prosecution's view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What?
What rot?
It did. In a way, it did.
Order!
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. Yep, that's what I figured they'd be going for. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured.
Thank you, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Gladly, my lord. Immediately starting off with the cape off. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. Who are these people going to be? Oh, alright. I don't know who these people are. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Was on duty at the demonstration of the day in question and charged with the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain, scientist.
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany, made an amazing discovery. Well, that brought me back. Had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, alright? Incredible explosion.
But the science was a success. Instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much is undeniable. I saw this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team.
Hey, if I'd like to, make a hypothesis, I think that this guy was shot by a crossbow, which we have. I'd like to think that's the obvious answer. Anyway.
This is taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim ran straight into it.
I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Apparent stab wound to the chest. Oh, stab wound.
As courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odie Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, it was the man who financed the research for the experiment and demonstration itself.
I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
Couldn't it be explosion was caused by some malfunctioning apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine!
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the records thanks to special dispensation for the Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage? The wreckage?
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or deliberate or malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right,
witness?
What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone can state that with complete certainty.
What? How can you possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You'll explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Alright, let's see it.
Of course, someone crossing through this crystal tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
The post-mortem examination revealed another injury. Fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he clearly had been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. This fellow's the only one who could have done it.
An
extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
Coroner states death would have been all but instant for a wound like that. You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No! That couldn't be further from the truth.
I fear the experiment plan document that's submitted to the security team.
Hey, that's different. That's the wrong angle. I noticed that immediately.
The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Okay, so alright, that explains it actually. I was curious about why that was, but there we go.
Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
My word! What, as soon as the victim's neck was broken upon impact to the tower then? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident. Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart.
A murder weapon? What are you saying?
Is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel.
Sounds like a sharp object. Could that perhaps be from the crossbow we found?
I was there in person, saw the ludicrous performance. The only person on the stage, Mr. Asper, is that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think of otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. Need to focus here. It's been a while. Cross-examination.
Hold it!
Suppress everything. Are you suggesting it's because he fell from a considerable height?
Exactly. Let's highlight something else about this whole rum business.
What's that?
The fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success.
Ah,
After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So though the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur.
remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster? Actually, hold on. Let me check the autopsy report specifically. Hemorrhagic wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra looks like a sort from impact of sudden fall of considerable height. There's that. Crossbow. And this. That checks out.
Hold it!
So the angle projection is critical, is it? Calculate it yourself, personally? Absolutely! Calculated far too complicated but me to carry out.
Only, got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right! That's the point! Calculated so complicated, even I can make a mistake. Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it. I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. It's every possible variable, so I just don't understand how this could have happened. Obviously, then, you had to include the way the clothes Mr. Aspen was wearing at the time, I suppose. Ah! Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3! So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? Doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Because there were 2 fatal wounds, doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it?
2 right.
Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to spine snap in half as well.
You say it's not the case?
You'll get your answer once I finish my fish and chips, you don't keep butting every few seconds.
But we all know that's a bottomless bag. Okay, at least he's pointing it out. I'm glad he's poking fun at it.
The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that it is the cause of death. Right, that's what we all thought. It's a red herring, wasn't it?
Hold it!
Defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That's the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the possibility of informing the defense.
Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of the sharp object? Hold on.
Among the accused tools that were used at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Count?
Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew? Of course. Do you know each other already? He's one of our dear friends, like all of my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew's my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael's a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew is a red stain on his shank. That isn't... It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No.
That's not all. The long, sharp shapeless Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What?
Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
Andrew, let's examine. So Professor Hairbrain's tools as the murder weapon. Great. Let me examine the thing real quick. Let's look at the friend. This is blood. Mr. Asmon's, no doubt. That's the problem with looking at murder weapons. Anything else about this? I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. Same screwdriver that's lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. This could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Okay. Anything else about it? Guess not. Okay.
Hold it!
I still think the crossbow's important, but they don't know that. What grounds do you have for saying that?
You really need to ask? There are only two people on that public experimentation stage for the whole crowd. The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain, before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, saw with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion in kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only someone else on stage of the victim could possibly have done it.
Scott!
Great Scott.
Excuse me!
Great Scott indeed. What happened? Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information maybe relevant here? Professor! Sorry. I was calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body. And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though he might have something to say. Inspector Gregson's last remark. Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could have possibly stabbed Mr. Asmon, as you say. Explain, please, Professor. Of course, this common policeman might be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
And surely, you see, if I'd plunged something inside the Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath, no blood swimming pool. Thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time, and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see, not one.
True. Didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument.
Order!
We're starting for the wine again.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barock. But I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility. I have? A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Well, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this?
Very well. You'll amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Well, that's not right. Because we found it at the scene. We found it at the scene. It was in the grill, yeah. It wasn't with him.
Objection!
You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, if that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is that the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves. On the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I wanted to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Ah, well, now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. This vehicle wasn't such a thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight, on the stage. But shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
This tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine. It shouldn't have still been on the stage.
What?
That's right. It should have been beamed across the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. It had been found still lodged in the victim's chest. Again, I keep saying it's the crossbow.
Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't.
I just saw everything that the victim had done had on his person moved when he was being beamed. The screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred. Obviously, that should have been beamed to destination as well.
You.
It's a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is there, I keep not saying this right. This instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility. We're still basing our on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. Maybe not. Maybe don't use that phrase. My lord, the prosecution is able to explain this inconsistency in its argument. We can only conclude that the testimony given support cannot be relied upon. Forensic is stumped. Oh my god.
Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry. About what? Without delivering into the details, there's no inconsistency. What? Dude, you're ruining your case for yourself. You found you had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest. My trusty tool wouldn't have moved, and remain on the stage to consist of my calculations. What? Oh, you're gonna have to explain this, please. I don't get this at all. You're ruining your case here, man.
It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation?
Just when I found inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists.
Ugh. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Advising the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
Never Paulo, I will, my lord. This guy's ruining it. I'm looking forward to when the world comes crashing down on him that it didn't work. It's not real. To be clear, still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. Let me check something here. Is this not metal? Is this not metal? Well, that could not be metal, but is this not metal? Excuse me? That's metal. I'm immediately gonna do that. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruto is an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asuma is the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Okay.
So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, it was remained lodged in the victim's chest. Subsequent discovery of the stage despite the victim being found elsewhere is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make the cage used to contain substance from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Hairbrain? Yes? Whose side are you on here? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruto. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist after all. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruto. Oh god. I'm a bit hesitant to immediately present evidence, because last time I did, they were like, no, not quite. Need a little more information. But I think it's pretty clear that, I think in this case I'm fine to just present this right off the bat. Because this is obviously metal.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made, is that right? Yes, that's right! Spot on, exactly correct! In that case, I'd have to have a look at this photograph.
Look at this!
Let's take out the scene. In particular, I'd like to pay attention to the victim's face. And clearly said Mr. Asuma is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. What? Metal? No! Metal can't. That's not... metal? No! You've already established the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rimmed spectacles would be found in the same place. Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis! Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say. My hypothesis is clearly flawed. Ah!
Order! Order!
Counsel, what is the implication of this? If on the name question the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, it's entirely possible the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. In that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis! My hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all my work!
I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, Joe number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. That's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? Wait, great Scott! I see this my scientists suspect!
Just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the records of the machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No, never! That machine answers my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Weapon Act!
What the devil is that blessed out about, eh? Who made up such a daft rule?
I like the way it seems to be going. It's the best way of me to help the professor. Yeah, let's stop this right now.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain's yet to perfect his invention. That seemed to be the case, yes? Even so, what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine that's plain public? I have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. The government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridicule notion plausible. He and his conspirators would reserved a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
An order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year!
Oh, you could have lived unanswered that much for years!
The society notes an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists argue with each other to get the last slice of funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
Oh. No! I haven't deceived anyone! Least of all the government! My hypothesis is sound! The science is sound! Please, you must believe me!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Parok!
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused.
Barok. Where's it's heading? I have no idea.
My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What was the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats.
Eyewitnesses.
Very well, the court grants the prosecution's request. I'd very much like to hear from the eyewitnesses of the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
It's time for you to make your own stance clear.
There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. You definitely see that. But where does that leave me?
We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
The professor's probably gonna get our case for considering that his hypothesis is bad. Oh boy, this is this conundrum. I've ever seen one. Let's go. 23rd October, 10:44 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Mr. Naruto! What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at it all along? My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Sorry about that, but you promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! You said keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to unmind me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said I believe in you and fight for your freedom at the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I have an understanding hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Uh-oh. Oh, no! You're right. You're so right, bestie. It's all my fault, and I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, What about Barrock? He's being awful! Claim his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster! Not just a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. I'm glad that's cleared up. Can I double-check something with you? Ah, yes, what? The machine and demonstration prepared. They're based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There is no trickery involved. I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis has reached maturity, yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand.
Counsel, defendant. Prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make away the courtroom, please.
Alright. All hinges on that demonstration. Professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims. It leaves him with the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. On the other hand, the Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? This is tough, actually. Okay. Anyway, back to it.
Nay, of Her Majesty, the Queen.
Yada yada. Council of Defense. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Has the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony you're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Oh, it's Gina, isn't it? Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended up a tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh boy. Gina's probably one of... Oh my god, who are these people? Yep, there's Gina. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Experimento stage. Oh my god, that hat too. My name is Wilhelm Gostrit Sigmund Ornstein. I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Oh my god. I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got to go up one of the balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. She did mention she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? She clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they're in the clouds. There's only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet? About 18 meters, then.
Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those you had a vantage point above the stage.
Okie dokie. There was an incident terribly. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's a huge bang from the stage. Next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed in the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after the crash in the tower. I'm very tempted to make the obvious little German boy joke, because he is a very little German boy. But I'll try to avoid the low-hanging fruit. Can I just clarify something? There's detail in the witness testimony I've not heard you mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions. More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses around... here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage containing the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later... the second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the side of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly, the cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. How many balloons? This guy have infinite balloons, I'm guessing? Also, where does the other balloon go? Can you drop it? I still have lots of money. I get it. But precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal a notice at the Great Exhibition. I'm here in London sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? Then I'll remove my mask. This is what I look like. Yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Ja, everyone says so. A great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite that explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder. Why are you bringing a small child in a murder case? So, defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. Let's start pressing, because I don't see anything immediately important.
Hold it!
There are 3 balloons flying above the experimental stage at the time, I understand. See. All 3 of them, I believe to be Bambini. They're very popular, signor. Some people pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £25 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know. Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because, if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator in any particular area. See, the sort of Buffalo experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me! Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we can hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right, you fill in there, my lord.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep. Isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing that cage, that dodgy professor pulling all the levers. That's what happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared. Just like that. You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by electricity, I believe. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in the ear. I looked around. There was a huge red fireball right next to us in the sky. There was nothing there before. Yeah? What's up, bud? Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Yes, what's again? Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund Ornstein. And Smo. Just the 4 names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Is that in response to Detective Gino Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oh, get it right, Otto! It's Inspector Lestrade! Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That's not what I saw. Oh? Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was fought beside balloons, that is true. But I'm sure. But it's what I said, isn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, next massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you'll have the most awful life imaginable. Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? No, more balloons. Just before the second explosion happened next to a balloon I clearly witnessed. A green balloon flying into the sky. A green balloon? Green, huh? A green balloon? Hey, we have the evidence of that. Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I'm a Bohemian prince. You can't say it's a lie. That's not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. This is a court of national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. God. Alright. Green balloon that exploded, huh? Mm-hmm. Now hold on. I think we need to examine this again and realize it's from a balloon. Wait, hold on. We really can't... I mean, I guess we should do it.
Objection!
There we go. Guess I didn't need to investigate further. Mr. Loon, your testimony. You said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. They had been caught in the explosions, but terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is. Well, I think it may be... See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon. That's a large, round part of the balloon, which becomes filled with hot air. Made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You don't want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found in the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Yeah. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, the statement they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! My God.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur about the explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Oh, yeah? I mean... causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but changes to nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Loon? It's just I'm a liar. That person's died in a balloon accident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There's no such balloon in the sky. It's not impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
I can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon till now. My lord, defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative to clean up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you're operating at the exhibition.
Ah, Grazie, my lord. Okay, let's see here. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in an explosion with a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt-up bit of a corpse found the scene, can you? The corpse was at the yard where it was probably some debris from the explosion stage. This stupid overground was mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. It was a different balloon.
So your assertions that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. He saw a balloon in the first place. Do not like the sound of it. It's very bad for business. Have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. Oh? If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. It will be all out war. No, there we go. All back to normal. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. That doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence aren't contradictory here. The defense is able to find fault with the witnesses' statements. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Alrighty, we sure can. Let's start pressing.
Hold it!
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe. Signor, I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we're talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Mr. Strahd could have been sent for such a menial task.
What, me?
I'll tell you what I tell the boss. Eastern kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said I'd have to go himself in that case.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. And now, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiot, huh? Sorry. That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. The balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. As gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good lord!
I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not light fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What's the matter with you, Signor?
Oh, that comes out of explosion! I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I'm completely sure. If you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air that day. None of them were damaged. But what was the one that exploded? What indeed?
Hold it!
I'm surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah, not into picking stuff up with the ground, me. Always works out way better. Diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the Crystal Tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered up as evidence. Oh, listen to you. I stumbled across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one? I could arrest you for this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation.
Hold it!
There's some considerable damage to Sage's surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah, some of the cubs who were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job the old contraption did keel over, eh? I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police should have missed a torn piece of envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all this fish and chips, eh? Man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap balloon envelope means nothing. Night! Stupid Freckles was mistaken. Okay.
Hold it!
You mean the color's wrong? Si, signor. I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. You're holding one in your hand, but you had a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. It's not mistakenly from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloons floating in Hyde Park already before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente, as Signor says, not for my balloons. Clearly, Mr. Fracazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh, he's not, though. He's most certainly not. Something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund Otzin! It was on the tip of my tongue. Ja, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There's a green balloon there. I saw it. It's very all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you'd like, but it changes nothing. Do not have evidence, Fracazzo. I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, if I didn't say so sooner. I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? Oh, I'd not been up balloon for little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Towers, of the exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon. Hot eel cellar? The instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did she have a picture of that? Ja, Jean picture! Really? He did take one. But all I thought it was riding a balloon. It was not as boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Look, of course, then you will see. You will see that I'm not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Look at this photo. Oh. That. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. But yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but... It's not my fault, it's what stupid person made the camera! That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Okay, hold on. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. That may be so, but let me examine this. Whatever shot the balloon was not from the exhibit. It was from something shooting the balloon down. Something shot that balloon down. Yeah, well, never mind. I'm sure you've plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying... Yeah. Lovely image you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell something, I'm sure. Well, I have the picture now. So I have the photo. Which statement do we press it on, you think? Oh, wait a minute. Let me get that again. There were no passengers in this balloon. I thought something else was off about this, but I just didn't know there's no one in the balloon. Oh, I'm blind.
Objection!
Anyway, unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Ah, my goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There'd be no sense in it otherwise.
See, they're for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the sky above the experimentation stage. The smear screen balloon. I know nothing. Yet, I can only tell you one thing. This balloon was not carrying passengers, and it was not one of mine.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. He must operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
See! The competitors are trying to steal my profits! Did not notice, because of the experimento that went on wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right. Some scraps that fell at the ground after and left them scorch marks. They had come from the stage at all. There's bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence, heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
Oh. Really? Have really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Something more we can learn from it? Yeah, there's more.
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. Photograph from Mr. Gotts. Maybe well behind one more vital clue.
What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
The cause of the explosion. reasonably assumed the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Ja! That's right! Ja! This is not my fault! Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. No, it wasn't. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you'll highlight the location of the alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. It's shown as linked to another piece of evidence we have. Well, at least an unbelievable conclusion. Look, I suggest the real reason the balloon exploded is... this.
Take that!
The time in this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light constantly on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright light really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire headed straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even to my aging eyes it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting its flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly reach such a height. Crossbow could.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how exactly what did happen. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? We found a crossbow.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set light could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Blimey, you're right! That stricken line in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order! Counsel, this is extraordinary supposition! If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of this discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could have been fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, someone shot a gun off the exhibition grounds, caused a real panic. After the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I'm actually pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this. Something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponi's friend? The flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon. Then obviously it would have exploded. The birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued. What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me! Now I understand. That's what the sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. Oh my god! Oh! My god? What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage of the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, A flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you all agree it's entirely plausible. So I've described as the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you describe as no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
Professor Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, it's the only way to explain what happened that day.
In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage of the Crystal Tower. The instantaneous kinesis didn't take place. How do you explain that? If I may put in a word that I've matched myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Turn number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show. A body double.
Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Everything inside it would have been scattered to the 4 winds when it exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. Explosive force and balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio.
Turn number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio... Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would have been unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible.
So how that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. So part of an elaborate deception, to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me!
If we accept this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present in public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he could have been killed by a defendant who was on stage full view the entire time. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain's a suspect now. Oh, but here we go. The professor is going to say otherwise. He's not going to be happy about this. Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor. But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain?
I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that was me who stabbed Mr. Odiasman.
Oh?
Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Is he doing it to save his hypothesis?
Order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession!
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine. You stand there claiming it was all a trick, and long elaborate prank. Where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. Then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. It's clear you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. I can see what you're duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove... Baroque!
Yes?
I'll cooperate. Do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the special dispensation for scientific equipment act is here to protect my creation. What do we do now? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my Lord Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Suspension for Scientific Treatment Act that protects the profession infection will cease to apply. The prosecutor then demanded a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. I think we have to. However, if we acknowledge that the machine is genuinely instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. What do we do, though? Ugh. Well, counsel, what's the defense's official position on this matter? What do we do, man? What do we do on this? Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked me of me. To prove the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, and I hold my client's request but see him condemned. Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Is talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's impossible. I have to give up on something. But what? Defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... I've got to say it's a conjuring trick. So if I have the truth, at least. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What am I to give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. Oh? It's what I can protect. But... Hello again, Miss Naruhodo. It's been far too long. It's Sato-san. But what do you... Hiya! Ah! The first Sato takedown 6 months. Is this real, or... There'll be time to talk later, Miss Naruhodo. For now, you must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but I can protect. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Yesterday told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth, too. Yes, of course. Personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? The experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Wah! Oh. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And that's for you, Albert. You can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Baroque! Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there's one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Oh. Professor! Does the man have any distinguishing features? What do he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Straight white, huh? Wayne or white. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. By the stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Hasman introduced him to me a year ago. Perchance, do you mean... Oh, wait, no, one less lens. Okay, it's not this guy. This guy is the guy. Mr. Hasman introduced me a year ago. He's a man by the name of... Enoch Drebber.
Enoch? Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered.
Not a name any scientist wishes to hear.
The man's an abomination.
Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turned out to be of nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tricks. Some acquaintances of mine with experienced such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Oh, sounds like we need to find him. Oh boy. Well, alright. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. Considering we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say it sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I want to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick and a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified of the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. True nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. Entirely possible that Mr. Drebber working together to use her as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers, turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. I mean, let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. You now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party's involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. And when we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Oh boy. What if... what if the professor's hypothesis is actually correct, but the machine was wrong? And maybe... Maybe Baron von Zieks is trying to, like, prove the machine... Maybe he's trying to help Hairbrain somehow. I don't know. This is complicated. This poor guy. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About Mr. Drebo was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, with all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. In that case, I won't say any more. Sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands. So let's do as much investigation we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Oh, thank you for doing so much for me. Now, is she actually real now? Sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it'd be a surprise! Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Susie's train was late from London Victoria this morning, you see. But admit the coachman really whipped the horses hard, so she did miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! I gotta get my side core kissed with the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mrs. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. Hope I continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! Saw I was back in London. Hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. Despite my elation, the tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. I flubbed that one. Look, it's late at night. We've been going for 6.5 hours. I flubbed so much stuff today. Speaking of which, this is in the top 3 of longest streams, I'm pretty sure. This, Kirby Forgotten Land, and Hive Swap. These are my 3 longest streams of all time, I think. Probably. Anyway, speaking of long streams, the stream's gone long enough and we need to end it, please. Please let it end. So we will end it. Thank you that stopped by today. Appreciate it. Thank you for the raid and such, and the follows, sort of thing. Appreciate it. Streaming is very fun. I like doing it. Don't get a lot of people watching, but that's fine. It's mostly for me, honestly. But when people do show up, it's very nice. This is all very fun time. This game's really fun, too. I'm feeling really good about my content lately, honestly. And this game has certainly helped. It's very fun to play. I'm trying to get more videos done, though. Don't want to just be all Ace Attorney on my channel. For YouTube, at least. So, try to get more videos done there. As for stream, again, I can't promise that I won't just keep playing this until I beat it. And nothing else. Actually, I can promise that. In a few days, I will be streaming something else. But, that's it for today. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I'm gonna have a very late dinner tonight, I realize. I didn't expect to go this long, but I gotta. Like I said, top 3 longest streams, I think. But that'll do for today. Good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. No, I right-clicked on that, silly. So it's left-click, so I disappear.